Good evening, everyone. So this is first class of my part, that is economy. I will be taking economy, science and tech and agriculture as a part of intensive bridge course GS3. I think in the morning you all attended class, Ashish sir's class. So before getting into topics, usually I will give a general orientation towards mains. There is some problem with I think I have given you the handout, you will be able to see there. If there is any problem with formatting, in the original file it is fine, but here it is not showing right. So how many of you are giving mains this time? Okay. So all of you I think have attended some sort of economy classes before, right? Is there anybody who is completely new to economy? So these classes, whatever we are doing, are purely mains oriented. That means some level of fundamental understanding of basic concepts of economics is all necessary. And the pace of class is slightly going to be faster compared to what we will usually have in normal general studies, foundation course classes. So how many of you have not seen me before? Okay, there are a few people. My name is Sailesh Bhupalam. I teach economy and public administration at IAS. I have given 5 UPSC mains, all with public administration. I have been teaching for the last 6 years. So based on whatever mains I have given, and in the last 6 years I have met around overall 10,000 students at Insight. And in all their experiences, whatever they have written mains and I have written mains, based on that I have tried to create some sort of a structure for what are the major type of challenges that you would usually face in exam, in mains exam in particular. So I have just put that in the form of this sort of a triangle. So the most important aspect that usually most of the students would face as a problem is with regard to addressing demand of the question. Most students, what they actually do is they prepare content, they attend classes and they will keep revising it multiple times, so they are good with content, but they never feel confident about the content. So what they do is they keep on adding a lot of content and more and more and more content. Even I did the same thing when I wrote mains first time, second time, and based on that, based on others, you can say all the students, this is a very common type of mistake. But the problem is not going to be content. When you write mains, actually between this time, prelims and mains, you will get so much of content very easily and everything is in organized format properly also. It's not very difficult to get content. You will be able to study it and write it in exam. You can say if you revise it more number of times, you can write it well. But there are other aspects in the exam that will be more important, because if 12,000 students are writing mains, probably all of them have relatively good content. That is why they have cleared prelims. And all of them are giving, you can say, huge amount of effort with regard to mains. So content wise, you can see you have it in your mind, but in the exam when you are actually writing the answer, what actually happens is you are not able to, you can say, think about what should I write as answer for this particular question. Imagine the question is on an age topic, globalization. You know 100 points about globalization and you will just write those 10 points. But the problem is, out of the 100 points, you actually have the content. Out of the 100 points you know, the demand of the question is not about what you can recall only this much. The demand is actually, you can see, particularly about something that you know. That means it need not always be what you are actually writing. Imagine about globalization, there may be 1,000 points, but they are only specifically asking about impact of globalization on maybe agriculture in India. then the question is not purely about globalization. A question then becomes impact on another topic is also involved here, agriculture. Globalization's impact on agriculture. And then they may say that you can say impact of globalization on agriculture in maybe northern India. Then there is another, you can say, limiting factor that will add, and you have to focus more on maybe those states where Punjab, you can say Haryana and these areas, what actually happened in agriculture because of globalization. So that means the most important aspect here is addressing the demand of the question. Everybody will have, you can assume by now in 2023 probably everybody who is writing mains would have enough content to write 19 answers out of 20. That would not be a problem. The differentiating factor is now all the other things. Content is no longer the differentiating factor, it is available for free for everybody, and everybody studies, you can say, a lot of content also. Because of this reason, that has, you can say, ceased to be, you cannot consider that without content you can clear the exam. But the problem is everybody has it. So you should also prepare content, but that is no longer enough, and purely preparing only content will not help you clear the exam. You understood? So how? So out of all the entire triangle, the most important aspect is actually, addressing the demand of the question. What is this demand of the question and how to actually, address this demand of the question? For that I have just, drawn another triangle. How to actually come down to the demand of the question. Depending upon what the question is, you should be able to sharply address the demand of the question. So why, separate triangle I have drawn only for this? Because it's the most common mistake that students do, and the most important aspect of difference between a person getting say 600 marks in mains, maybe 850 marks in mains. The biggest difference between these is actually being able to address the demand of the question. These two people actually may have almost same amount of content, hardly 5-10% difference may be there, but the marks will differ hugely. Why? Because it is not just because of, you can say, what it is, but you are not able to actually write it according to how examiner will actually give you marks. So learning something is only 50% of the game. The other 50% is your ability to convert this into marks. How will you be able to convert it into marks? Basically, what are the challenges or what are the steps to be able to actually convert it into marks? That is what I am trying to address here. Out of that, addressing the demand of the question is the most important. If you are able to address the demand of the question, your marks will increase probably by 2 to 3 in each question. Compared to getting 2, you may get 5 marks. That means the biggest jump that can happen, you can say, is all the other things that I will discuss here, maybe it will improve half a mark here and there, but the biggest of all of them is only this. If you can only change this, that means if you can only understand this part, your investment in this entire course is actually worth it, because even though every batch I will tell the same thing, but still there is only 1% of the students who understand this and actually implement it and will, you can say, get that score. So the most important point, I will try to explain how to arrive at the demand of the question. Whenever you look at any question, usually what happens is in the exam pressure, you have 3 hours and you don't have enough time. So what happens is only 1 or 2 keywords will actually register in your mind. There may be 3, there may be 4 sometimes. But whatever registers, your mind is already thinking about what should I write as an answer to this question. So that means when you are thinking what should I write an answer, you start writing also some introduction, some 1 point, 2 point. Then by 3rd point you actually got some good points and you write it. This is a common pattern I have seen in. You take your own answers, in the first 1 or 2 points they will not be very good points. 3rd point, 4th point are actually better points. This is how you can say it works. So what is the problem with this this situation? Problem is what they are asking is not about the entire topic which we took example, you can say globalization. Consider for example urbanization, impact of urbanization on caste, maybe it is a society question. So impact of urbanization on caste, if that is the question, then you have seen only urbanization so far and generally you write about urbanization. Then you see randomly the question again, then you generally write about caste. This is not the question, this is not the, you can say, demand of the question. What is the demand of the question? So if urbanization, you can write an entire book about urbanization, and about caste also you can write entire book about caste. They are talking about the intersection between the 2 circles only, how urbanization has impacted caste. There is anonymity created in, you can say, urban areas because of which people of, you can say, they don't know I mean what the other person's caste is. So this untouchability is no longer, you can say, as strong in urban areas. So that is a point, valid point. If you generally write about caste and generally write about urbanization, it is actually not addressing the demand of the question. Caste contains, if you write about it, clearly link it to how urbanization is linked. Caste means there is interdining and intermarriage. Maybe intermarriage part is not easily, you can say, addressed by urbanization, but interdining part is, you can order on Zomato or Swiggy, nobody knows who cooks it and who brings it, all these things. So that means interdining angle of caste has been diluted by urbanization. You understood? This is intersection. And there is, these two are the keywords in the question. Keyword means some sort of word will be present which will give you an idea on what the examiner is expecting. Here the keyword is on one side urbanization, on the other side caste. Between them, if you write on any one of them which is unrelated to the other, you won't get marks. You will get maybe, you can say, below average mark. That is not good enough for you to get a rank. If you have to be able to actually score, then you have to think about what is the intersection of the two circles. Think about another word. There is a limiting word also. You have to limit this, you can say, concept to some area, some time period, or some sort of subject or something. Usually limiting word is not always given. Then you have to think about what is this subject. Imagine the question is on society, because in the syllabus it is clearly given about Indian society. If it is geography question, but they have given world geography also, Indian geography also. So there you cannot limit to India, but here you have to limit to India because in syllabus we don't have world society. You understood this? So that means you have to limit your point to, you can say, based on whatever syllabus is present or based on whatever they have given as question. Consider overall, okay, now I have just given a general, you can say, description of what is this demand of the question. So about every topic, in simple terms, if I have to summarize this, about every topic there are actually lot more points than actually what you can write in exam. In exam you will have limited amount of time and space, but you know 100 points. Which of those points you have to write in the exam? This is what is the differentiating factor, because everybody has enough content. By the exam you will have it. Even in my first mains actually I did not have problems in content, probably I was able to answer maybe 18, 17, everybody actually will be able to do it, because you will read something maybe 4 or 5 points and expand that only in exam. So the problem is not that. So what is the solution for this? How will I be able to identify which points I have to write in exam? So for that there are 3 words. One is directive. Everybody knows about directives. Can you give example of directives? Discuss, analyze, explain, elaborate, enumerate. These are all directives. You should know what each of these directive means clearly, specifically. Many definitions, many meanings may be there. All of them are actually good enough. Any one you can choose. If you Google UPSC directives, then some coaching center would have created a list of 15-20 directives. Take a printout of it and paste it on your wall. Read for 5 minutes a day. Whenever you think about analyze, you should get that sentence in your mind. What exactly does it mean? And using that sentence you should be able to identify in this statement what should I do. You understood this? So this is the first thing, directive. This is simple to do but it takes a little bit of effort. Maybe 5 minutes a day you should, maybe if you do it for 20-30 days it is enough actually. By then you will be completely clear with what each directive means. Then there are keywords. Keywords means in each question, like I said, what is the topic about, or what is the question about, concept about. These are the keywords. Sometimes there is only one keyword, sometimes there are 2 or 3. So you have to identify what exactly are these keywords. Then there is also a limiting word. Limiting word means they are asking with context to something. They are talking only about southern India. They are talking only after 91 reforms what happened. They are talking only about, you can say, certain time period in the past, in 19th century what happened. You understood this? Consider an example. Discuss the contributions of women freedom fighters to Indian freedom struggle. Women freedom fighters of 19th century to Indian freedom struggle. You understood the question? Discuss the contributions of women freedom fighters of 19th century to India's freedom struggle. In this, what is the directive? Discuss. What is the meaning of discuss? Discuss means you have to bring out the dimensions, positive, negative, whatever is there, whatever you can bring out, all the dimensions you can bring out. Then what are the keywords here? There is woman. Woman is a keyword, means think of woman as a big circle. You can write a lot of things about, you can say women's contributions. Women's contributions can be there for art and culture and dance, and lot of things are there. Architecture maybe you can see. But what are they exactly asking about? contribution to only freedom struggle. There is women and there is freedom struggle. What is the limiting word here? They are particularly talking only about 19th century. Usually, what students write for this question is, imagine this is a question, they will just write about some woman that they can remember, some women, Sarojini Naidu. They don't know whether Sarojini Naidu is 19th century, 20th century, 18th. They don't have that clarity. So whatever woman they can remember, they will just write names of this woman. She contributed to freedom struggle. They will just write a little bit of filler content. It means she supported in this manner, communication or something, supported in some marches, etc. So this is filler content. But what actually happens when examiner is looking at it? There is 18th century woman, maybe 20th century woman, maybe that only one 19th century, randomly somehow it has fallen there, because the student also does not know that she is 19th century. So only for that point actually they will get marks. The other points actually you will not get much marks. What is the question asking? Question is asking discuss. What have they done? They have just written the name and they have just written a little bit of explanation. Discuss means you have to write some positives, negatives. Imagine you know nothing about any 19th century woman. Then what should you do? You don't have to leave that question. You still can write something. What can you write? Knowing very well. Something about women's contribution you know. Something about freedom struggle you know. Something about 19th century you know. Then what can you write here? So imagine you don't know the names of anyone, but still you can mention something. So imagine there was not enough contribution of women at all during this period. Then you write the same thing, because they have given discuss, at least negative points you can write, right? You can write in India in 19th century, you can say women's contributions to majority of the fields were limited, because India was a rigidly patriarchal type of society. But still some women did contribute during this time. So to freedom struggle, particularly in 19th century, you can say it was in a very early stages. It started only, you can say, in 1885, once Congress, you can say, was created. If you know any names of some women, you can mention it. But otherwise, you are written, you can say something which is there in this particular part only. You are not writing generally about, you can say, something outside this. But this part may be only 2 points, but you will still get maybe 1.5 mark, 2 marks for this 2 points. If you write an entire 2 pages without knowing anything about it generally, hoping that somehow you can say if you shoot in the dark, one of this you can say will hit there, then also you will get the same amount of marks. You understood? But somehow you have saved here about 6-7 minutes, which you can use on other questions, at least where you know better. And in other questions where you know better, here you don't have content, but in questions which you know well also, you have overload of content, you don't know what to do, everything you have written. So this part is missing and everything else is there. By the time you come to this part, time is over and space is over, and that means you can see you will not get good marks. You understood? So when you look at a question, you have to identify what is basically the keyword, what is directive, what is limiting word. Draw these circles in your mind and think of what is the intersection between them. And then you will be able to identify what exactly is the demand of the question. If you are not able to address the demand of the question using knowledge, think some analysis, think about, you can say, it should be coming into the center. It need not be concrete content with facts, but at least some good analysis you can bring by your own thought process. This is like based on practice, you will be able to write some points here. In every question you will get at least average marks if you are able to do this much. Even if you don't write much specifics also, you will still get like maybe 3 marks out of 10 if you can generate some points which is exactly falling in core demand of the question. Why you will get 3 marks? Because 80% of the students are writing whatever I just discussed. They are writing randomly here and there whatever they can think of. You take basically, they would be keeping some answer booklets here. You take any answer booklet randomly, read 4 or 5. All these answers, 80%, 90% of them, they will look like this. They have just shot, you can say, arrows in the dark. 1 point is somehow falling in the center. You understood this? You understood the problem here? You take toppers answer booklets. What is the actual difference? You won't be able to identify what is the difference. You will feel like everything is same. They have also written about globalization. This person also has written about globalization. The difference is very simple. More number of points are here in toppers answer booklet, and less number of points, maybe if they have run out of points after 4 points, they would write another point maybe here. But majority of the points are still, you can say, addressing the core demand of the question. Somebody who is getting 400, 500 rank, they have written maybe 13, 14 questions sharply according to demand of the question. somebody is getting 100, below 100 rank, they have written 17 questions, 16, 18 questions sometimes according to core demand of the question. Nobody will be able to write 20 out of 20 because they will not have enough knowledge. Even how much ever you read, there is no way to predict all the questions there, that means. So what is important here is you have to learn how to use the existing knowledge that you have, connect it and identify exactly what is the demand of the question, generate some points there and write it. If you are just accumulating knowledge and not exactly learning how to use it, then it won't help you much. Think of answer writing as process of, like say, cooking. If you have to cook, how can you improve the skill of cooking? By only cooking you can improve it. Imagine you are still only accumulating ingredients. You are ordering and you are buying and you are just keeping everything, that is the content that you are studying. But if you are not actually cooking, then you won't know. Once you cook and you take feedback, you eat a little bit of your own cooking, then you will realize, okay, something is wrong, I have to repair it. You understood this. So that means if you actually write the answer, then you see how many of my points are actually falling. If you do this exercise and then think about how many of the points that I have written are falling into this point, then you will see that initially it will not be high. Slowly you can think about this point was completely useless, it is not adding much value. Now you have a framework, at least a visual framework to identify which point will actually add value in my answer, which points will not add value in my answer. If you write generally about women's contributions without freedom struggle, it won't add much value in your answer. You understood? You can write generally about freedom struggle, when it started, when it ended and who are a part, then also it won't add value. So that means this intersection is what adds value. You have to have this in your mind always. Think of it like some sort of archery or shooting game where if you hit here, then you will get maximum points. If you hit here, some intersection is happening but not exactly all of them, then you will get slightly less, maybe half a mark. If you hit somewhere here, you will not get much, 4.5 points, you will get half mark. You understood? So even though it looks like similar content, but still some people will get more marks and some will get less marks. Why? Because they have aligned their answer to the demand of the question. You understood what is demand of the question here? Anybody has any questions with regard to what I just discussed with regard to demand of the question? So I think I have given some questions here. Consider like this. Comment on the challenges for inclusive growth, which include careless and useless manpower in Indian context. So they have given 2 questions here. Suggest measures to be taken for facing these challenges. Second part is very simple. Suggest measures means you know what to do. You just write, these are the measures that we have to focus on. Comment on the challenges for inclusive growth. So here what is the directive? Comment. Comment usually means you can write your opinion at the end. That means you have to write some aspects, positives, negatives, whatever you want to write, and you can write in conclusion some sort of your own comment also. That is what they are asking. Challenges is one keyword. Then what are the other keywords here? Inclusive growth. Challenges should be one of the subheading that you write. There is one inclusive growth as one keyword, and which include careless and useless manpower. So that means they themselves have given 2 of this. You can see challenges that they are talking about. So challenges for inclusive growth, which include careless and useless manpower in the Indian context. So that means inclusive growth is not happening because of careless manpower, because of useless manpower. So that means careless manpower and inclusive growth is, if you draw circles here, then how does it look like? This is inclusive growth. Some careless manpower is also there, useless manpower is also there. So whatever is in intersection with this, careless and useless also you can write. But they are asking about inclusive growth and careless manpower, inclusive growth and useless manpower. You have to interpret what does it mean. What does it mean when we say useless manpower? They don't have skills, correct. Careless manpower means they are not responsible. Careless, they don't care. What does that mean? It means they don't have motivation. Either they don't have skills, or they don't have motivation, or they don't have both. So take these as subheadings and you write some points. So you can see that even though you don't know much about inclusive growth at this point, you can still write a decent answer to the question if you just interpret that question and think about what should I write in this particular context. You understood? So we will, you can say, discuss later, all the questions that we will take, we'll think about, you can say, in this manner. But what should you do to develop this type of, you can say, mindset where you will write points sharply addressing the demand of the question? It's very simple. Spend 5 minutes a day, try to take 5 questions, spend only 1 minute per question, draw this circle and identify what is the demand of that question. Just draw a circle of keyword, limiting word, directive, think about what is in the intersection, and then put a framework for the question. Framework means you don't have to write the answer. So I will split the question into 2 parts. First part is about causes, second part is about consequences. So this whole thing will only take 1 minute. You can do it for 5 questions a day if you do it for 5 minutes. If you do this, it will take maybe 20 to 30 days. By the time you develop this skill, it will become second nature. That means naturally your mind starts thinking like this. So what I have seen in mains, the highest leverage type of activity that you can do is this, because it will change your planning, your organization of the answer, the content that you write. Content wise, everybody you can say are able to write, but how to make sure that you write the right content, prioritize the important content for that question. If you do this sort of exercise, then you will be able to identify what exactly is important part for this particular question, and you'll write those points there. You understood? So you just take any question, previous year's questions or test series questions or something, and once you take it, this is what you have to do. Just identify what are the keywords in this question, what are the directives in this question, what is the limiting word in this question, identify the intersecting point, and then frame the question, frame the structure of the question. Okay, this is introduction, this is conclusion, these are the 2 parts. This is good enough. You understood this? Any questions so far? Yes, anybody has any questions online, you can ask. I'll try to answer them. So this is the first part, like I said, the most important part, being able to address the demand of the question. Then apart from that, second point is about organization. Organization means, how do you organize the content? Okay, now you understood, okay, you have some points to write. How do you organize these points in your answer? So organization is closely related to time management also. Depending upon the time available, you should be able to organize your answer. So time, I think I have given here, you can see. You have 7 minutes only for 10 marker in exam, and you have 10 minutes for 15 marker. So far we have a split of 20 questions in mains, everybody probably already knows, 10 of 10 markers and another 10 of 15 markers. But there is no complete guarantee that next year also the paper will come like this. 2, 3, 5 years ago I think they had 12.5 markers, entire 20 questions, 12.5 marks. Somewhere in the middle they had split this 10 mark into 2 5 markers also. So that means we can't be 100% sure, but you can reasonably expect that, okay, I'll prepare like this because everybody else is also preparing like this and it is a competitive exam. If it is a shock for you, it will be a shock for everybody, and everybody has to adapt in the exam. So it won't make much difference to you. So just prepare based on current scenario. How to prepare based on this current scenario? You know what is the space limit and time limit there. Time limit you already know, 7 minutes for 10 marker. And also you have only two sides of a page, that means for a 10 marker. And another one is already printed, another question is already printed here. So here, earlier actually there was no printing, people used to take additional shades and write it. The fastest writer used to get more marks. So now to change that, they have just added, you can see this sort of booklet where another question is printed. So that means you have to write your answer here. 10 marker means the question is printed within this, here it should be conclusion. So because it is already clean, it means for 10 marker there is only 2 sides, for 15 marker there is 3 sides. You have to just split the question. That means once you look at the question, you have space limit, you have time limit. Now you just have to split it, organize it. How to organize it? Usually what I recommend is for 10 markers, split it into 2 parts, because space and time and everything else will align with it automatically. Imagine a 10 marker, think about, okay, I have 2 sides, each side is 5 marks worth, and think about what you can write worth 5 marks which will give you 5 marks, maybe which will give you 2 marks or 1.5 mark, 5 marks, whatever, out of 5 marks, whatever you can get. And the other side also you have to, so that means if a 10 mark question comes, in majority of the questions you can actually split it into 2 parts. It doesn't matter, look at the question, you will be able to identify, okay, I can write positives and negatives for this. I can write causes and consequences for this, depending upon demand of the question. What is the directive there? You understood? Imagine they have given explain, elaborate, then you don't have to write against that, whatever statement is. Then you just have to write about, you can say, implications of this, way forward for this, etc. These type of subheadings. So what type of subheadings you write will depend upon what? It depends upon directive. It depends upon the demand of the question and directive. So for organization, simple rule is, if it is a 10 marker, split it into how many parts? 2 parts. If it is a 15 marker, split it into 3 parts. So for 10 marker, you will write it for 2 pages, 1 part here, 1 subheading should come here. So for 10 marker, you write an introduction here and then one subheading, another subheading, conclusion. So you can see that everything, there will be a rhythm that will develop in your answer booklet if you do this. People will feel, okay, this answer booklet looks very well organized. It won't look haphazard, and that itself will change the impression in the examiner. You understood this? So this way, this organization, you can just think of it as a thumb rule. In every question it may not be applicable, but in 70 to 80% of the questions you can easily do this. In another question, they themselves have split it into 4 parts, then you can't do anything, you have to split it into 4 parts. You understood? What about 80% of the question side is very simple. If it is a 10 marker, split it into 2 parts, if it is a 15 marker, split it into 3 parts. So that is organization, so that you will be able to maintain time also. Then you can maintain, you can see time, and overall how I have calculated time is, for 10 markers, assuming you can say you take 7 minutes, totally how much time it will take? 70 minutes. For 15 markers, if you take 10 minutes, it will take 100 minutes. Totally 3 hours is 180 minutes. I have just kept a 10-minute buffer, so that usually in exam, they will give you a OMR sheet to bubble your name. If you have a long name, it will take a long time to bubble every letter. So, and you have to bubble your register number. If you make a mistake there, it will create serious problems. So you have to focus on it and do it properly, your name and register number and such other things. And you have to, you can say, sign in 3-4 places, and the examiner will disturb you 2-3 times. So for all these things, you can imagine a buffer of 10 minutes. So considering this, you have to, you can say, assume that you have only 7 minutes for 10 marker and 10 minutes for 15 marker. And you have to, why I have given, you can say, speed and presentation together is, you should be able to create a balance between them. There is a trade-off between them. Trade-off means what? When you try to maintain speed, write faster, your handwriting will not be maintained properly. When you try to maintain your handwriting, you can't write fast. So to be able to manage that, from the beginning you have to try and maintain both of them. You cannot focus only on one, because a balance between both is what is important here. You understood this? So this is, you can say, speed and presentation. If you are able to maintain that, and if you are able to address the demand of the question, and you are able to maintain organization, you are probably out of 12,000, you are probably already there in maybe 3,000, 4,000 students. It means every factor that you ensure here, it will help you outcompete, you can say, about 500,000 students. Biggest one actually is demand of the question. If you are able to do this, you will jump immediately from 12,000 to 5,000. If you are not able to do that, all the other things put together also won't be able to help you. You understood this? So the most important thing is actually this. So if you are writing mains this time, you focus on all of them. But if you are not writing mains this time, then I think it is better to focus on, narrow down on demand of the question. For 100 days, you entirely focus on making sure for every single answer that you write, you are able to write exact demand of the question only. Don't write unnecessary points, filler material, just write, if you don't know any other points, only 3 points, you write only that much. Maybe write a little bit extra explanation to that, but that is enough. That will create that, you can say, mindset to focus only on the actual demand of the question. So, can you give suggestions for someone who is writing first mains and feeling underconfident about content? Okay, if you are writing your first mains, if you are underconfident about content, everybody who is writing first mains will be underconfident. In fact, second mains also will be underconfident about content. But actually after you come back from mains, you will realize that I have enough content, I had enough content even while writing mains. So because right now whatever you are going to study, you will be able to write that content. But that content will not come out in an organized, methodical manner, clear manner, which will convince the examiner to give you more marks than somebody who is getting IAS. Everybody, even the person who will get out of the 12,000 people writing mains, the last person also will write enough content. Question is whether you will be able to write it in a methodical, organized manner with proper examples and facts and such other things, and maintain speed and presentation, all these things together to be able to convince the examiner to give you marks. So if you are underconfident about content, realize first thing that you will have content in exam, other things will be a problem. Usually if you are underconfident on content, most people what they do is, they don't practice any answer writing, they don't take any tests at all. They focus entirely on preparing more and more and more content. That won't help in exam. So it will only take you to 50% just now whatever we discussed. So what you should do is, stop making many notes, stop referring to new books. If you are going to write this mains, do only one thing, that is take already prepared some sort of booklet, somebody would have prepared, whatever we are giving you notes, this is also good enough, or any notes whatever you want to take. Once you take it, if it is 80% good enough, it is fine, you can just stick to it and revise it maybe 4-5 times before mains. About 60% of the day you study, focus on studying, maybe 10 hours a day you can say are preparing, 60-70% also you can prepare, another 3 hours you should focus on answer writing. That means every day just take, you can say maybe 10 questions, 15 questions and write answers on whatever content you studied. So the best thing that you can do to be able to, if you have to increase your chances of clearing mains is this. Even if you are writing your first mains, even if you don't have enough content, if you do this, it is still better for you to be able to score well. So far everybody is clear. How to arrive at demand of the question? How do you do it? You have to identify 3 words: keyword, directive and limiting. And for organization, what did I tell you? For 10 marker split it into 2 parts, for 15 marker split it into 3 parts. Then for speed and presentation you already understood basically how much space you will have, time you will have. Based on this structure, write only one subheading in each paper that you are writing. So this will look neat and it will create good presentation, and you will be able to, it will save you time also because you don't need to structure every answer again, because you already have a ready-made structure in your mind how to write the structure. So this is organization. Then coming to some dimensions. So dimensions here means, so most students what they do is, regardless of what the question is, like I said, imagine globalization, urbanization, we took as examples. There is so much of content about it, they are multidimensional issues. It means you can write an entire essay about globalization and urbanization also, and you can write an answer also. So depending upon, you can say whatever answer you are writing, some people will tell you have to write a multidimensional answer. What does it mean? Multidimensional, okay, way forward, all these are subheadings. Dimensions means what? Different angles, you should be able to bring points from different angles. That is, this multidimensional answer means, if it is an economy question, maybe 1 or 2 points you can bring from polity, little bit 1 point from maybe ethical angle is also there here, 1 or 2 points you can write. This is what we call as multidimensional. But if you write every point, if it is an economy answer actually, but if you write every point from other subjects, then you will not get much marks. You understood? Then it will seem to the examiner like you don't know what they are asking, so you have written what you know. You understood this? So you know maybe 10 points about it, they are asking something else which you don't know, so whatever you know you wrote that much. So this will actually take your answer away from the demand of the question. When you are trying to write multidimensional answer, remember that the first priority is always demand of the question. That means if you are able to address the demand of the question first, then only you have to think about multidimensional answer. In fact, UPSC has, so far I have seen at least 2 to 3 questions like this, where they have asked the same topic in GS2 also, 3 also. Once they have asked it in GS1 and 3, same question on some river interlinking, 2013 or 14. River interlinking in GS1 is a different type of concept, and in GS3 it is a different. In GS1 what subjects are there? That geography is there, and you have to think about geographical limitations and problems and advantages with regard to river interlinking, maybe society, maybe something else. And in GS3 you have to think about what is the economic implication, how much money do we need, is it possible to do it. So this type of, you can say, economic angle, maybe disaster related angle, will disasters reduce because we have interlinked rivers, floods will reduce, droughts will reduce. This is disaster angle from GS3. There is maybe environmental angle, invasive alien species from one river to other river they are spreading. So this is you can see that question is same, topic is same, but the points that you are writing are entirely different depending upon where the question is asked. You understood? So that means you should be sensitive to what dimensions actually are you writing there. Usually We don't know much about the evaluation process that happens within UPSC, but based on what we know, a subject expert is actually evaluating your answer. If GS1 paper actually is split divided into 4 subject experts, a geography expert will read and correct your geography answer. This is what you can say. Some people in RTI reply based, we don't have complete information, but based on, they will also discuss with other 4 or 5 people, they will create teams and they will discuss and then they will do evaluation. I have shared it I think on my this channel, RTI reply, whatever they have given. So you can go through it once, you will be able to get a rough idea on how actually evaluation process happens. In this evaluation process, if you are writing everything except this, whatever this geography person is looking for, you won't get marks. If you are writing 10 points, at least 7 points should be based on whatever that subject is where you are writing the answer. Maybe all the subjects which are there in that paper are also fine, you will still get marks. But 1 or 2 points you can add from other subjects. If you run out of points here, then one point from other subject, 2 points, then it will make the answer multidimensional. Making it multidimensional is like adding salt or something to your dish. If it is purely salt only, then it won't be a dish. You have to add it only to add some value to this answer. You understood this? So this being sensitive to context of that question is important. When you are writing mains, it is very easy to get carried away. You won't even remember what day that is and which paper you are writing, morning, evening session, all these things you won't remember when you are deeply involved in writing the answer. You should remember clearly that this is GS3 paper. This question you have to answer it from the perspective of economy, security issues and these type of issues. Because it is, I have written like I said so many times and I have forgotten actually, you can say after writing 2-3 points I remember that okay, this is not GS2 paper, it is GS3 paper. Because basically questions will not be very different. Take an example, consider same globalization. In GS1 globalization, how culture is present in GS1, will culture change because of globalization or not? Will society change or not? So you can see in GS1 there are multiple type of angles that you can write in GS1 with regard to globalization. In GS2, because of globalization, what will happen? We are adopting, you can say, some policies from other countries, GDPR rules, privacy related aspects came from West. So that means you can see that in globalization we are adopting some things from other countries in our law, in our constitution, in our rules, regulations. So this is basically, you can say, globalization. In GS3 we are talking about economy and these disasters because of globalization, much more amount of people is happening because of this zoonotic diseases and COVID is also related to globalization. You are able to link globalization to every subject. So that means if you think that okay, I know 10 points about globalization, but the fact is you know much more, you only think that you know this much, you will be able to easily link it and write it. What you have to do is make sure that you are context sensitive. In what context are they asking about globalization? You understood this? Same urbanization, you can take actually many multidimensional concepts like this and you will find that for every subject there is a link. Because of urbanization there is a cultural change, social change. Because of, you can say, urbanization, you can see there is in GS2, 73rd, 74th Amendment Act. In 74th Amendment Act, what governance related problems in urban areas are, you can say, emerging. So this is polity governance related issue. International relations, there is a urban cooperation that is happening, sister cities concept or G20 city cooperation or something like this. This international relation and urbanization link. And then in GS3, for urban areas, some Judge Jahuwalia has released a report with regard to how much money is required to build urban infrastructure. So urban disasters like urban floods in Chennai. And in ethics, urbanism is basically an ideology and a philosophy that is changing the value systems of people. So that means you can see what is the meaning of these dimensions or being context sensitive means you should remember exactly what answer you are writing. Make sure that majority of your points are according to that particular subject and maybe 1 or 2 points you can add from other subjects. You understood this? So this is also actually somewhat linked to demand of the question, but I have just separated it so that you will be able to appreciate what I am talking about clearly. You understood so far? The last part is prioritization. This is not as important as others. It may help you get maybe half mark here and there. Prioritization means consider you are writing, you are still thinking about the answer because you don't have enough time, you are just thinking about the question and you start writing Because of this reason, the first question, so first point, second point, whatever you wrote, they are not actually aligned to the demand of the question, but somehow you have written them. But when examiner is actually reading it, he will think after reading your first point that, okay, he has not written an aligned answer. That means it is not actually according to demand of the question. So he already frames an opinion on your answer. And he thinks that, okay, this is at best it is 2 mark answer because you are not actually written. For 10 marks, I will give 2 marks. Then after reading second, third, fourth point, you actually written the very good points from third point. Third, fourth, fifth point are good. So he will make it, okay, after a while he has written important points. It's not a 2 mark answer, maybe it is 3 mark answer. So he will give 3 marks. You understood? Imagine another situation. You wrote actually the most important point first. Then immediately it will hit the examiner. You will feel that, okay, this person is well prepared and he has written the most important, and in a prioritized type of manner, he has written the most important point first. When he sees that point, examiner will feel this is a 4.5 mark answer. Then second, third, fourth point you will see they are all weak points. Maybe fourth point, third point. First and second point were very good. Then he will feel it is not maybe 4.5 marks, but it is 4 mark answer. That means the initial point or 2 points will create a anchor in the mind of the examiner, which will change your marks by maybe 1 mark or half mark. In majority of the cases about half mark. You can say depending upon whether your priority is the most important points in the first and second point or not. You understood? This I have observed in my own, I have evaluated about, you can say 1000 answer booklets, and in my own observation and also in my friends when they are evaluating answer booklets. And so when we do this, we will be able to identify in our own thinking how this will happen. If examiner is actually doing it, then you can imagine they will also go through the same type of process. You understood this? So that means you have to prioritize and identify what is actually the most important point, and you have to write that point, you can say at the top. But if you are not able to do it in the beginning, it is fine, because compared to all these things, relatively it is not in high level of importance. Other things are of higher level of importance, because prioritization requires extra effort also. You need to rearrange your entire notes in such a way that the most important points will come to your mind quickly, or your revision should be so high, maybe 10-15 revisions of syllabus, 20 revisions. At that point you will be able to get the entire page in your mind, and you will be able to identify what is the most important point in this page, so that I can write it first. So that requires a lot of effort, and yield is not high. What requires least effort and highest yield is already whatever I told you, that you will be able to write exact, you can say address the demand of the question as sharply as possible. That is what will give increase, that is what will give, create a leap. That means you will be able to jump your marks by highest amount. So far everybody is clear with regard to content. Demand of the question, you know how to identify now. That means based on keyword, limiting word and directive. Organization, you know how to do it now. It means split 10 markers into 2 parts, 15 markers into 3 parts. Dimensions, you know how to do it. Be context sensitive according to which subject they are asking. Maybe 1 or 2 points you can add from others. And prioritization, right, what is exactly the important biggest, arrange it from biggest impact. Imagine they have asked impact of globalization. Think about the largest concept of impact, then think about smaller ones. So some sort of order should be there, and biggest or most important point should come first. That is prioritization. Then we already saw about time, 7 and 10 minutes, and maintaining handwriting is important. So handwriting is, if you have extremely good handwriting, it will give you a little bit of extra push. It won't give you an extraordinary type of push. But if you have bad handwriting, then other things won't matter, because they can't read your answer at all. You understood this? So that means good handwriting will not be a necessary guarantee that you will get a rank, but bad handwriting is a guarantee that you won't get a rank. That means it is only a necessary condition, not a sufficient condition to get a rank. You understood? So if you profile the examiner, profile means if you think about who is a average examiner, this person is maybe in 50s and 60s. They are not coming to evaluate your answer booklets because they want to do it. It is a summons that will come from government. They are government professors or people who are, you can say, at retirement age. Because like election duty, and you might have seen census duty, if your parents are somehow in government, they will feel somehow irritated, but still they have to go and they will do it. Same thing will happen for examiners. They will come there, they don't like to do it, but they still have to do it. They are paid less than whatever we are paid here, so that means they are not really happy about it. You understood? So imagine they are in this mindset, and if they sit and open your booklet, your handwriting is not good. Then in that kind of mindset, if this they will feel, okay, this student, for them you are a kid. This kid has not attended school properly in LKG and not written, you can say, cursive writing, and all these type of, you can say, image is created in their mind. So that means you need to have at least some sort of decent handwriting. In handwriting you can split it into two parts. One is legibility, second is neatness. Legibility means if I am able to read your answer, then it is legible. Even though it is not neat, I will be able to read actually many people's handwriting even though if it is not very neat. Neatness means it looks very beautiful when you look at it. That is neatness. Both are maybe important, but more important one among these two is legibility. They should be able to read your answer. If your handwriting is not very good, you don't have to worry about neatness, but try to improve legibility. How to improve legibility? For this, simple thing that I can tell you, try to write maybe 2-3 pages, maybe 1 or 2 answers, whatever you have written. You show it to your friends and ask them to read it out loud and record whatever they are reading. Then they will get stuck in probably 5 or 6 places where they are unable to read it. Then you will know. If you play that recording, you will know in which letters or which words they are unable to read and circle them and identify what is actually the problem with that particular word and letter. Practice only those letters which are actually problem areas. If you do entire handwriting change, that won't work. You can say you have to identify what is the problem and resolve that particular problem only. You understood? So this is legibility. Neatness wise, it is not as important, but you can improve it. If it is possible for you, then you can do it. Maybe it will give you a little bit extra push. Neatness will probably change your marks by maybe 1%, 2%. Still it is significant because each mark will change ranks by 12 to 15 ranks in exam. But if you can, if your legibility already is good, then you can focus on neatness. Neatness for this you can find on YouTube. So I will ask you to draw slanting line, standing line, etc. If you are not writing this mains, if you are going to write next year's mains, for speed and legibility and neatness you can do practice for maybe 2-3 minutes. These are all small things, but you have to do for a long period, then only it will help. If you do it for 1 or 2 days and leave it, then it won't help. So neatness means aligning all your letters in such a manner that they look neat. But among these two, more important thing is legibility. You understood this? Any questions so far? And then many students ask me about speed, that they are unable to maintain speed. In speed also there are two aspects. What actually affects your speed? One thing is whether you are able to recall the points quickly. For that, what is required if you have to recall quickly? Revision. So if you have done more revisions, you will recall the points quickly. Second is, are you able to write the points quickly? Writing is actually never a very big problem. If you can recall it quickly, you can write it. Initially it will be a problem, it will feel like a problem, it is okay. Usually after prelims, I think I will test series, some of them will be writing. They will be able to write the first test when they write 14 to 15 questions only. And by the time of writing 20th, 25th test, they will be able to complete the paper. That means if you are able to answer 15 out of 20 questions in 3 hours in the beginning, that is good speed. So you don't have to worry about speed as much, because the more number of revisions you do, the faster your speed will become. But it is important to focus on other areas like structuring, demand of the question, presentation aspects. So until here everybody is clear. So next, coming to the last part, substantiation. 10 years ago this would have been enough for you to get a rank, but over a period of time the competition has increased to such an extent that imagine about 5,000 students are there out of 12,000 who are able to do all these things, whatever I just discussed. And if you have to get to top 100 to get IAS, so that means you can see that out of that 5,000 you have to still outcompete a lot of people and get more marks. So for that, people who are already good among all these things, probably you can say, like I said, 4,500, 5,000, depending upon the year, depending upon how the quality of people who cleared these prelims are. If the prelims is very random and you can say by fluke some people have cleared and you have cleared that year, you are lucky because Probably some good students would not have cleared because of that, you can say, kind of paper. But usually 4,000 to 5,000 students you can expect that are good enough to be able to manage all these things. So in recent times, a differentiator is, a new type of differentiator has emerged in the last maybe 6-7 years, and that is in your content whether you are able to substantiate it. Substantiation means what? Giving some sort of evidence. Evidence means you can see examples, facts, some reports, some diagrams, something extra. Examiner will feel that, okay, this student has put in a little bit of extra effort, so I have to give that maybe half mark extra. So this whole struggle of substantiation is only for half mark more in every answer. So think about it like this, if you get half mark more in every answer, in every paper you will get 10 marks more because 20 questions. In 4 GS papers that is 40 marks more. In 2 optional papers that is another 20 marks. In essay maybe another 10 marks difference. So that means 40 plus 20 plus 10 is 70 marks. 70 marks is the difference between somebody who has given interview but did not get a rank and somebody who gets maybe IPS. 70 marks is huge amount of difference. So that is where the whole competition is among people who have given interview. If you are able to do all these things, probably you will be able to give interview. And after interview, if you have to get a good service and still you can say be able to get IAS, then this part substantiation will also become important. So in every answer, I'll show you some answers written by some toppers. This year first ranker. So if you look at their answer, you will be able to identify that almost you can say there are in every question 5 or 6 facts examples they have written. So that is basically this facts examples reports. This is what we call as substantiation. This will become important when first you are able to do all these things, then only this will become important. But I have seen many students, they will start mugging up facts and examples, only that, but they are not doing anything with regard to other things. This substantiation is icing on the cake. If you don't have the cake, then icing is of no use. So that means this is just adding that extra half mark in your answer. It is not exactly adding, you can say, the whole other 4 marks, 5 marks that you are getting you are getting because of other things. This half mark is just to, you can say, outcompete everybody else who are actually already you can say almost as good. So how to do this substantiation? It is actually not very difficult. If your content is already good, then usually after prelims also you can do it. For every, you can say, a topic, if you get some facts, some examples, list somewhere, you will get, usually if you Google it also you will get it, or if you find in your material itself whatever you are studying, it will be enough. So you highlight all these facts examples separately and study it so that you will not forget about studying them. Then it is enough. Entire GS3 paper, probably you will need 100 to 150 facts examples. You can recycle them same thing again and again in different contexts. Similarly for GS2, GS3 needs little more compared to others because the relative difficulty level of questions being asked is somewhat low compared to other subjects. And also last year's scores of GS3 have been low. There is a trend followed by UPSC. 2 years ago GS4 scores were very low. Before that GS2 scores were very low. Last year GS3 scores have been low. This year probably it will be another subject, we don't know, maybe they will continue with GS3 or something. But it won't make any difference to us because if they are low, the general trend is low, it is low for everybody. It is not just only for one person. So there is no competitive disadvantage to any one person as such. You understood this? So coming back to this substantiation, one thing you have to remember about it, it is not very difficult to, you can say, identify example facts, etc. But to use it in the right context is important, first thing. Second thing, when I say that facts are important, I have seen some students, they have shown me answers, what they have written is, they have written only list of facts in the answer. That means nothing else, just bunch of facts. But that is not exactly an answer. What exactly is an answer? They have asked the demand there. A fact is not basically addressing the demand. A fact is just a fact. You have to bring an inference from the fact that you are writing. This fact shows that XYZ is happening. What does it show? Each fact can show 20 different things. But what is your interpretation from the fact? And based on that, how are you addressing this demand of the question? Every answer that you are writing, is an exercise in persuading the examiner why your viewpoint is correct. To give weightage to that viewpoint, you will use some facts, examples, reports, and from these each fact, what are you interpreting from this fact, and how does it help argue your case. So think of it like this: the facts that you write, you have to write what is your interpretation of it, so and how it will actually directly link to the question that you are answering. If you write only a bunch of facts, imagine each point itself is a fact, then it won't add any value to the answer. This is one mistake that usually students do. Then second, they will write bunch of facts at one place and bunch of analysis at another place. Means beginning just analysis and in the end a bunch of facts. This is also not a good type of answer. Like I said, think about this examiner. This person is 60 years old, he already knows, has a good frame of what is a good answer in his mind. Think of an answer like a metaphor, just to give some sort of example or metaphor. Think of your answer like a watermelon. In the watermelon, the fruit seeds are actually these facts, and the remaining part of the fruit is your analysis. Imagine for this examiner who is a traditionalist, he is already old and he already has eaten a lot of watermelons. For this person, what is a good watermelon? If he cuts it, he should be able to see sufficient amount of fruit and interspersed with lot of seeds in between. Imagine if he cuts it and all the facts are at one place, all the seeds are at one place, then he will feel something is wrong with this watermelon. You understand? Imagine there are no seeds at all, then also he is not interested in it. Like I said, he is used to those watermelons where there are enough seeds. You understood? So you have to write your answer in such a way that your analysis is interspersed with facts, supported by facts. Every point is analytical to begin with. It is overall an analytical exam. These facts are supporting your analysis. If you forget about the analysis, like I said, it is forgetting the cake and focusing only on the icing, or forgetting about the watermelon and focusing only on the seeds. So that means this part is overall whatever you are doing in content is analysis. This substantiation is supporting your analysis. You understood? So about 80% of the students will know all this, but they will not know which one to prioritize. That means what is more important, what is less important. Most people now also they think examples, facts are the most important to clear mains. But without actually being able to address demand of the question, if you write any number of examples for wrong demand, then also you will not get any marks. You understood this? So first priority is which one? Addressing demand of the question. Second priority is organization, speed, time. You can keep off this entire thing. And after that, being able to being context sensitive. Then examples, facts. The last part you can think of it as being able to prioritize all the points that you are writing. You understood? Everybody is clear with this part. Any questions so far? So the biggest mistake that usually people will do is demand of the question will not be addressed. All parts of the question will not be addressed. This is also very common. I have done this mistake myself many times, because in that pressure of exam what happens is you will see there are actually 3 parts, but you are only writing 2 parts and 1 part you skip. Make sure you have a mental image of where I will write each part of the answer in the papers. Then what happens is immediately this will avoid this entire mistake. If you structure the answer in such a way in the beginning itself that okay, this first part I am going to write here, second part, third part, then automatically your mind will think in that direction. Not sensitive to the context means whatever I just discussed in dimensions. You are writing GS3 answer in GS2, you will get below average marks. If you have to be sensitive to the context, you have to write that arguments only. Lack specificity means same thing. Specificity and substantiation, people will write in different manner in your evaluation when they are evaluating your answer. That is, it just means that you have to substantiate your answer. So we already discussed demand, how to identify demand, how to identify whether demand of the question has been addressed. To improve your ability to address the demand of the question, I have just given some exercise. After you write the answer, before you write the answer, you already know what to do. You draw circles and think about what is in intersection. After you write the answer, you read your answer. Maybe you do it next day or maybe after a week, it doesn't matter. If you do it maybe not on the same day, it is better. because if you read immediately you will feel I have done everything right. So after maybe a week you will be able to be more objective with your own answer. Take old answers that you have written now and you read them. Then you don't read the question, try to frame a question for your answer. If the question is not coming out as actually what the question they are asking, then your answer is not aligned to that question. It is aligned to some other question. You understood? This especially is actually very useful in essay, because if your essay is not aligned to exactly the words, and you will lose huge marks, 20-30 marks difference will be there in essay if you are not able to align the essay to the exact essay topic whatever they have given. So then how to make sure, especially in essay and maybe in answers also, how to make sure your answer is, you can say, sharply aligned. Sometimes they will give difficult questions. It's a small statement but you are unable to identify exactly how to structure it. Remove each word in the question. If they have given 10 words, remove one word and see if the meaning changes in some in some manner. In essay it will be especially helpful. They have deliberately given, for example, there was an essay, with greater power comes greater responsibility, but everybody has written the essay, with great power comes great responsibility. 9 out of 10 students have written only this much. They have given greater power and greater responsibility. What is the difference between the two? Greater means, if you have to bring that comparative angle, compare to earlier when you get a little more power, then you will also get a little more responsibility. You understood this? So that dimension is slightly missing in majority of the essays. You have to make sure that in every word exactly what they are asking, remove the word. When you remove it, you will actually be able to understand what is the weightage of this word, why this word has been added, how it will change the meaning of the statement when I remove this word. So this in essay it will be helpful. It may not be possible to do it for every question because 20 questions you can't do this. But in essay you can easily do it. It will help you actually avoid misaligning your essay or writing something which is not relevant to the essay. So see how the meaning of the question changes. Check if all keywords in the question are addressed accordingly. That means if you remove it, then you will be able to understand which is a keyword, which is not a keyword. In answers also it will help. You can do it at home for practice, but in exam it will be difficult to do. But in essay you can do it. Whether directive and limiting word have been adhered to. So you can verify your own answer whether the directive is managed to exactly address the directive and limiting word has been maintained. So this part we just discussed. Core part should be subject, concepts and analysis only. In the periphery, that means the core part should be exactly that subject. In the periphery, some points, 1 or 2 points you can write multidimensional. And you have to write proper definitions. This part is also very important. That means in syllabus whatever words are present, you should know proper definition of each of that word. That means some official definition, 2 or 3 lines will be there. Read those definitions properly, because if your definition is right, then your answer will become, you can say, your entire analysis will depend on that definition. First thing, you are writing a proper definition, this will create a good impression on the examiner. Second thing, the entire analysis of the answer will depend upon the definition, which will make sure that you can say you will get maybe 1.5 marks more. This is also high leverage type of activity that you can do. Make sure you mug up the definitions, you read it how many times, 20 times, 30 times. The whole syllabus definitions will be maybe 50-page booklet only. So that means if you know the definitions properly, whatever is given in syllabus, you can write better answers compared to others. Examples, facts, reports, case studies we already saw. Substantiation. This content should be organized properly, we saw organization. So now that we have considered all this, look at this question. It is argued that the strategy of inclusive growth is intended to meet the objective of inclusiveness and sustainability together. Comment on this statement. Now identify your demand of the question here. What is the directive? Comment. What does it mean? You can give in the end your opinion. It is argued. Now identify keywords here. Inclusive growth is one keyword, correct. Then inclusiveness is one other keyword. Sustainability also is another keyword. Together means you can think of it as, you can say, what is the limiting word here? So keywords and limiting words, sometimes you cannot differentiate which one is keyword, which one is limiting word, but it won't matter. For you what is important is all the words are considered. Sometimes 19th century can be considered as keyword also, limiting word also. What is important for us is intersection is coming out or not. Whether you are able to identify it as a limiting word or not is not important. So identify it like this. First thing they are asking, strategy of inclusive growth. One is inclusive growth. is intended to meet the objective of inclusiveness and sustainability together. So they are saying that inclusiveness and sustainability together means what? Inclusive growth can achieve only inclusion, inclusive growth can achieve only sustainability, but that is not what you are looking for. We are looking for inclusive growth achieving both at the same time. So that means the point should be in the intersection of both at the same time. So if your points are only talking about inclusiveness, how we can achieve, and sustainability, how we can achieve, then you will not get marks. You have to focus on both at the same time, and if you give points which can achieve both at the same time, then you can see you will get better marks. You understood this? So in spite of adverse environmental impact, coal mining is still inevitable for development. Discuss. In this, what is the directive? Discuss is the directive. So what are the keywords? Environmental impact, okay. Then coal mining, correct. Then for development. Finally our goal here is development. Limiting word has become develop. That means coal mining for some other purposes may happen, coal mining for electricity generation or something, they have not given that. Ultimate objective here is development. One circle has already clear development. Then we are talking about environmental impact, coal mining and development. Coal mining will lead to development, but it will lead to negative environmental impact also. So that means you have to consider that we need development, but we don't need environmental negative impact, but we still should do coal mining. That means you can see that is also intersection point here. You understood? They have given in spite of. What does this mean? In spite of means what? Even though, despite adverse environmental impact, coal mining is still inevitable. So that means they are saying that we know that it will create negative impact, but still we should do coal mining only. So discuss means you can talk about what negative environmental impact it is creating, but why we can't stop it? Because India is, we are a coal dependent country. You can say 70% of electricity as of now is generated through coal, but we are slowly trying to reduce the negative environmental footprint out of coal and at the same time reduce our dependence on coal. Niti Aayog has said by 2050 also we will still be dependent on coal. So that means, so you can see in any type of scenario, Niti Aayog has done scenario planning, and in many scenarios it has identified that it is very difficult to come away from coal. That means we will still be dependent on coal by 2050. So that means this Niti Aayog part is factual, that is substantiation, but remaining part, analysis is very simple. You know what will be the negative impact of coal, but why you still need it. So those are the points in the intersection that you write. So what will be the way forward? We want to use coal, but we want to reduce negative impact on environment. So we will establish coal washeries, reduce the sulfur content so that acid rain will not happen, reduce ash content so that suspended particulate matter will not come out. So these are all intersection points here. You understood this? So this, as you study more content, you will be able to identify what is falling in intersection, what is not falling in intersection. When you have this framework, if you don't have the framework, you are just accumulating content, but you don't know what is important in the answer, what is not important in the answer. You understood? So any questions so far? Online students, any questions if you have, you can ask. Now we have covered some general orientation that I usually will give in all mains courses. I'll just discuss about these things. Next, we can start with the first topic, that is Indian economy. No questions? So with regard to economy, the type of questions that are usually asked are more current affairs oriented and relatively simple also. They are not very complex type of questions that are being asked. So what I have done is, I think I have given contents page somewhere here. Is it there in the handout? So this here it is, I think in this version it is missing. So you can see the content. I have tried to include all the current affairs which are important for this mains and other static topics, you can say, which are generally important under this subheading. This current affairs part will always be, you can say, the highest priority for GS3. GS3 in particular, economy, I mean also I mean economy and agriculture and science and tech also largely are current affairs oriented, but in science and tech sometimes static topics are asked. In economy maybe 1 or 2 questions are purely static sometimes, but majority of the times there are few years where 18 questions, 19 questions have been asked which are purely current affairs oriented. So our preparation also, you can say it should be in line with how you can say whole syllabus, or you can say whole GS3 paper is being asked. So I have tried to include this year whatever important current affairs would be, and remaining part whatever is possible I have added static part. And you can see the number of questions or marks from this particular topic, the first line of syllabus. This is actually the biggest chunk of economy syllabus. About average, if you average it all out, then probably 25 marks out of this 250, 25 marks are going to come from this single line of syllabus. So the number of topics I have given are also, you can say, relatively high. Around 20, 22 topics are there, which we will discuss separately. So at the end we will discuss some previous year's questions. You can, previous year's questions will help you understand how UPSC is thinking with regard to the subject, but they will not be able to help you to answer this year's questions. For this year's questions, you still have to study, you can say, current affairs and some static part. There is a certain over dependence on previous year's questions that I have seen in students, which will not help because of few reasons. One reason is, it is very rare that they will repeat the question. Second thing, they sometimes repeat the concept depending upon what is in current affairs currently. That means if the question has been repeated earlier also, same concept question they will ask, only if it is actually in current affairs this year. So it would be better to depend on current affairs. You have to study, you have to go through the previous year's questions, but you can't depend on them for entire preparation, you can say, of the subject. Then third reason is, it will make somewhat, you can say, mindset of the aspirants static. If they have, you can say, studied these previous year's questions thoroughly many times, they will expect the same type of questions to be asked next year. But every year there will be a little bit of change, and some years bigger changes, and when these changes happen, they are not actually open to, you can say, adaptation in actually the exam. So you have to use them as one component in your preparation, but you cannot consider them as, you can say, the entire cornerstone or biggest part of your preparation. So I have given them in the end, and we will try to discuss in class on how to answer this. You will be able to answer majority of the questions which are not those years current affairs questions. That means what was old current affairs which is no longer relevant now, those are not important for us, but the themes on which they have asked questions in general and what are important this year based on this year's current affairs, those are important for us. And but I still given the given the previous year's questions, and some questions which I felt will be difficult for you to identify, I have given the, you can say, answer, some general hints for this, how to answer that question also, but I don't think it will be important this year. That is why I have not given like a full answer for that particular question. So any questions? No questions. So we'll start with first topic. FRBM Act is a tool to ensure fiscal discipline of the government. Comment. So I have just framed it as a question, but this overall topic is about FRBM Act. Anybody knows what is this FRBM Act? Yeah.
It's the responsibility of the government to maintain certain percentage of loan that it should take or to maintain stability.
Right, so reduction of fiscal deficit, limiting on the loan. So these are all provisions of FRBM Act. So they are present as, you can say, features or provisions of FRBM Act. But what exactly is it? So one more thing here is, just now I told you that entire UPSC exam at its core is analytical exam. What is analysis? Analysis means focusing on the why aspect. Why something has been introduced is more important than what aspect of, you can say, anything. Usually imagine two students are writing an answer, one person has added 2 points about y, maybe 1 point about y, but other one has added only what aspect, what is FRBM, what is present in its provisions, etc. Then this y person will get at least half mark more, because he has taken analytical orientation towards the answer. Instead of purely factual knowledge based orientation, there is analysis based orientation. So there is a difference between general knowledge and general studies. General studies means you have to go to the reason why something is happening. General knowledge, you just read about the fact. General study means what? You will take a deeper view of it, that means deeper look at it, that means you have to go to y aspect. So in general studies answers, y aspect is of higher priority compared to what, where, who, how, etc. How may be secondary importance, that will also give explanation a little bit about analytical aspect, but y is highest importance. You understood? So in every answer, think about, maybe I can write 1 point, why this whole FRBM Act came into picture. Take any topic, why globalization started happening more, why urbanization is happening more. So that y aspect is actually will become your differentiator, so that you can get half mark more, 1 mark more in each answer. You understood? So why FRBM? Legislature is the custodian of public purse. What does this mean? In polity you would have studied. So separation of powers. Earlier we used to have a king. This institution of king was later split into legislature, executive, judiciary. Why we did this separation of powers? To create checks and balances, to prevent arbitrary exercise of power by the king. King can make whatever laws he likes and execute the same laws whatever he likes. This will create some sort of problems. If he imagine king does not like black people, then he will say all black people should be killed. Would it be a fair law? He does not like tall people. He says all tall people should be killed. Is it possible for the king or not? It is possible, entirely possible, because he makes the law, he executes the law, and he adjudicates who is tall, who is short, etc. So that will be unfair type of law. It will become arbitrary. To prevent this arbitrariness, we separated this into separate institutions, and we created checks and balances between legislature, executive, judiciary. If one organ makes any mistake, other organs will hold this organ accountable. For example, Prime Minister makes a mistake, legislature has the potential to pass no confidence motion to dissolve the government. Prime Minister has potential to dissolve Lok Sabha itself. Judge can be, you can say, impeached using some sort of procedure given in constitution. Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, that means parliament. So that means you can see they have power over each other. This is called as checks and balances. So as a part of these checks and balances, legislature has power over money. That means legislature is the custodian of public purse. But who spends money? Executive. Executive actually has to spend money. That means legislature has to give this executive money. That means executive will request this money from legislature every year. This procedure of requesting money every year is called as budget. You will see that in budget speech, Nirmala Sitharaman will read out this budget to Lok Sabha, because Lok Sabha has the money and they have to approve this money to be spent by executive. You understood this? So this is basically, legislature is called custodian of public purse and is responsible for control of budget. But in parliamentary system, separation between legislature and executive is not watertight. So this sort of separation of powers is present maybe in USA, but in India, who is executive? Executive and legislature are actually one, because Prime Minister first has to be MP. So that means it is a part of legislature itself. If it is a part of legislature itself, we cannot actually implement this provision properly. Budget in Lok Sabha, if Nirmala Sitharaman is passing the budget, Lok Sabha is, who is the majority party in Lok Sabha? It would be ruling party only. Ruling party passes the budget, they are the majority, they themselves will approve it. So that means the checks and balances will not work. So we realized in parliamentary systems, along with these checks and balances that are present here, we need something extra. This dilutes executive's accountability to parliament. To compensate for this, FRBM Act has been enacted. You understood? Extra responsibility of executive towards legislature has been created using a act, and that is what we call as Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act. In the name itself it is there. Fiscal responsibility means finance related responsibility of who? Of executive. To who? To legislature. So, and budget management. Legislature can manage the budget of the executive using this act. Extra powers have been given to legislature to be able to control executive. So this is basically FRBM Act. So you understood why FRBM Act has been created. So fiscal discipline is usually essential to improve sustained economic performance, maintain macroeconomic stability, reduce vulnerabilities. Some introduction about FRBM Act you can write, why it has been introduced, this also can be an introduction, or what is it trying to achieve? It is trying to achieve fiscal discipline. Discipline means in government's finances, it should not spend too much, it should not do unnecessary things, focus all its money on only important things. So that is basically fiscal discipline. How to ensure this? If money is tight, they will not waste this money on other unnecessary things. So by using FRBM Act, we can ensure that unlimited amount of loans cannot be taken by government, and so such restrictions will ensure fiscal discipline. So discipline is especially important if countries industrial as well as developing are to successfully meet challenges and reap the benefits of economic and financial globalization. So overall, because of fiscal discipline, you can say what all advantages we will get. So this sort of introduction also you can write. That means it is important if you can say developing countries, even industrial countries also, for India specifically, as a developing country we don't have unlimited resources. Whatever resources we have to use it wisely. So in this context, fiscal discipline becomes important. So this is just a way to write an introduction to the answer. So you can take fiscal, you can say FRBM, and you can just explain why FRBM Act came into picture in maybe 2 lines, maybe some sort of a box or something, and then you can write about what exactly is FRBM Act. You understood this? What is FRBM? In 2003, it was enacted to limit the government's borrowing authority under Article 268 of the Constitution. That means government cannot borrow unlimited amount of money, put a limit on loans taken by government. Loan taken by government usually in economy it is called as fiscal deficit. This year, how much loan government has taken, this is what is fiscal deficit. You understood? So this usually when you study for prelims, you would have studied what is the meaning of fiscal deficit, but in simple words, fiscal deficit simply means what? Borrowing, this year's borrowings is fiscal deficit. This year's borrowings means only this year. What about overall borrowing so far that country has taken? For that we have another measure called as debt to GDP ratio. That means overall debt of the country divided by GDP is debt to GDP ratio. Based on that we can measure that, you can say total loans of the country. But fiscal deficit will give us this year's loan, this year how much loan did we take. And FRBM Act puts a limit on fiscal deficit. That means every year how much loan a government can take is limited by FRBM Act. So FRBM law envisages a fiscal deficit of 3% of GDP. It mandates greater transparency in fiscal operations of central government. Greater transparency means what? Meaning of transparency general. What is transparent? Opaque. Transparent. Opaque means not open, we can't see it. Transparent means we can see it, light can pass through it. If we can see what government is doing, that is called transparent. So people can see what government is doing. All information is available to public. That means it is see-through. That means it is transparent. So transparency means government continuously puts out information on what it is doing. That is actual meaning of transparency. Opposite of transparency is opaqueness, also called secrecy in government. India has Official Secrets Act, but we implemented RTI to supersede this Official Secrets Act to make, you can say, transparency a stronger value compared to secrecy. You understood this? So it also mandates greater transparency in fiscal operations of central government and the conduct of fiscal policy in medium term. What are the provisions? That means what is actually written as a part of FRBM Act? Reduce revenue deficit to 0, fiscal deficit to 3%. So revenue deficit means, we would have studied for prelims. Anybody knows what is revenue deficit? Revenue expenditure minus revenue receipts. Revenue means it is like, from a family's perspective, it is regular income minus regular expenditure. So fiscal deficit means family's loan this year totally. So here revenue deficit should be 0 means our recurring expenditure should never be higher than our recurring income. Imagine monthly salary is 1 lakh, monthly expenses are 1,10,000, then revenue deficit will become 10,000, that extra money that you are spending. So revenue deficit should be 0 means what? We should unnecessarily not spend money that we don't have, but we are not getting currently. That is revenue deficit 0. Fiscal deficit 3% means every year we can take a loan, but it should be limited to maximum 3%. If it is normal conditions, it should be limited to 3%. 3% of GDP. Imagine GDP is 100 rupees, maximum loan you can take is 3 rupees. But next year GDP will become 110 rupees, then 3% of that That means you can increase your loan to that much. GDP every year keeps increasing, and that means our loan also, whatever we are taking, even though in percentage it's same, the amount of loan that we are taking is increasing or not? Yes. So this is basically what FRBM is saying. Then medium term fiscal policy statement. So that means there are totally 4 statements that Parliament has to, Finance Minister has to present to Parliament. Along with budget mandated statements like, you can say appropriation bill, finance bill, you would have studied in budget, normally in Parliament chapter in Lakshmikant, that all these are presented. Along with that, FRBM Act has mandated that extra documents should be presented by Finance Minister to the Parliament to create increased responsibility. And what are those? Medium term fiscal policy statement. Fiscal policy and monetary policy, everybody has clarity on this. What is fiscal policy? So tax is part of it, but what does it mean generally? It is the policy of government. Monetary policy is policy of RBI. So medium term fiscal policy, this actually fiscal policy is going through this budget only. That means in the budget it will be written in general about next 1 year's fiscal policy. 1 year is short term, but we want to know in 1 year if you are doing this, what is your medium term goal? 3 years down the line, what do you want to do? In this medium term fiscal policy statement, along with this next 1 year our targets, what are we trying to achieve using this 1 year's target? Why are we trying to do this in 1 year so that in 3 years we can achieve this? So that is medium term fiscal policy. Then macroeconomic framework statement. Macroeconomic framework means general conditions of the economy will be written in such a way that you can say everybody we can understand. Explanation of these documents in easy manner for layman understanding. Why it is important for layman understanding? In Parliament, people who are there, they don't understand economics. They are all laymen. They should be able to understand what government is doing, how much money it is spending, how much money it is wasting, etc. So in that manner they will explain it, you can say, in such a way that people who don't understand finance and economics will be able to understand it. So that is, you can say, this macroeconomic framework. Specifications of fiscal policy strategy. Fiscal policy strategy. You know what is fiscal policy? It is government's policy. Strategy means what exactly are they trying to do? Fiscal policy usually can be what? So there is expenditure. If expenditure is more than revenue, and what do we call it? What type of policy? It is expansionary policy. That means fiscal policy can be either expansionary or contractionary. Why do we go for expansionary policy? To increase welfare, that is one, correct. Then increasing GDP growth and development. When do we go for strong expansionary policy? When there is recession, we try to spend money to increase demand so that virtuous cycle is created. So that means you can see that fiscal policy strategy means explaining what exactly is government trying to do in its budget. This year budget, government spent 10 lakh crores on infrastructure. In fiscal policy strategy statement, they have said that we are spending this money to create expansionary fiscal policy so that demand in the country will increase, so that we will come out of whatever recession or slowdown that has been created because of COVID induced, you can say, low demand in the country. You understood this? So this is strategy. Strategy means what strategy are they following? Expansionary policy, contractionary policy, this is strategy. These will all be presented in the budget. Explanation of these documents in easy manner for layman understanding. Everybody should be able to understand. These are the provisions. That means what exactly FRBM is trying to achieve. What are the achievements of FRBM Act? That means so far what it has done. It brought centrality to issues relating to fiscal consolidation. Anybody remembers, or if you have studied, what is the meaning of fiscal consolidation? So that is this year, but generally what is the meaning of fiscal consolidation? It is reducing the government expenditure. In general, consolidation is opposite of expansion. Consolidation actually is contractionary fiscal policy, but we are doing it because we have already done expansion. If we keep on doing expansion, what happens? We spend too much money, what happens? It will lead to inflation. Consolidation means a reversal of this expansion, a temporary contractionary policy that we create. In contractionary policy, what do we do to expenditure? We reduce it. What do we do to revenue, or you can say taxes? We increase the tax and reduce expenditure. Consolidation means, think about it like improving finances of government. If you have to improve the finances of a household, what should you do? reduce the expenditure of household, increase the income of household. Same thing you do to government, that is what we call as consolidation. So that means it brought centrality to the issue of consolidation as the government has to mandatorily present documents to parliament. Because it is consistently giving out information to parliament, this parliamentary information will also go to media and everybody will read it, some think tanks and NGOs will read it. They will ask questions to government, why you are spending unnecessarily so much money on this particular aspect. So that means this has changed the behavior of government to be more disciplined in finances. You understood? This is what we discussed as fiscal discipline so far. Improve the fiscal performance. Economic stability has reflected in controlled inflation in the last decade. In the last 10 years, actually we have improved our ability to control inflation. In recent times, because of Ukraine war, in the last, you can say 1 year, we have not been able to control it properly. But before that, for 5 to 6 years, we were able to maintain almost stable inflation relatively between 2 to 6%. So that means, how is it possible? Because we have been able to bring better discipline from fiscal side, that means from government side. If government spends too much money, what will happen to inflation? It will increase. If you have to be able to maintain inflation between normal range, what is normal range in India currently? 4 plus or minus 2%, that means 2 to 6%. Then government should not spend too much money. If government should not spend too much money, FRBM Act has controlled, you can say, government from spending too much money. Then performance on controlling fiscal deficit has been an important factor deciding sovereign debt ratings. Okay, here now you understood what is fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit means loans taken this year. If government takes too much loan this year, what will be the problem? First is inflation, we already know. What will be the problem to government? Too much of loan. If anybody takes too much loan, what will be the problem? They have to pay back this loan later. Maybe their interest burden will increase. Somebody has to pay it back. If this generation is not paying back, 20 years, 30 years later, next generation has to pay back. This is what we call as problem of intergenerational equity. So you can see when this sort of problem occurs, when others will feel that a country has taken too much loan and will not be able to pay back, there are credit rating agencies usually which will give rating for companies, individuals, even governments. Imagine a person has taken too much loan. His net worth is 100 crore, but he has taken loan of already 100 crore. That means, will anybody give new loans to him? No. When the person's, you can say, net worth is 100 crore, taken loan of 100 crore, a credit rating agency will downgrade the rating of this person. AAA is highest rating, that means his net worth is 100 crore, his loan is 10 crore, 20 crore, 30, 40 crore. At this point, everybody is willing to give loans to him. But once it becomes 100 out of 100, his credit rating will go to maybe BBB minus, BBB plus, BBB minus, AAA plus, AAA minus, this is how rating goes. And if it goes, imagine 120 crore loan and 100 crore net worth, then it will go to C rating, and that is junk rating. Junk means nobody will give loans to him. You understood this? Because if he take loans, will he be able to pay it back? No. Same thing happens to a country. Imagine GDP of the country is 100 rupees, it has taken loan so far of maybe 70 rupees, then maybe it is BBB plus, it is still manageable, it can pay back. India actually as of now is debt to GDP ratio, debt is 90 rupees, GDP is 100 rupees. After COVID we spent so much money that our debt to GDP ratio has almost increased to 90 out of 100. So that means our credit rating is under stress. If we take more loan, what happens? It will lead to lower credit rating. If it leads to lower credit rating, more people will not buy government bonds and give loans to government. It will create problems. You understood the meaning of credit rating here. So you can see sovereign debt rating means, sovereign means government, debt rating is actually credit rating agency giving credit rating. Just like you give credit, you give rating, imagine on Zomato delivery, you get delivery, you give rating to this person. Similarly for government, whoever gives loans, if they are paying back, they will give rating. Think of it, credit rating like this. If they are paying back consistently, good rating will be there. If they are not able to pay back, if the current situation is in such a way that you can say they may not pay back, then rating will reduce. If rating reduces, other people will not give loans. So FRBM Act ensures that we will not reach a situation where our rating will be downgraded. How? Because FRBM Act will control us from taking too much loan. That means our debt to GDP ratio will not keep increasing. So that means we can control our total debt, fiscal deficit is controlled. So this will lead to our debt, sovereign debt ratings being comfortable. if it is reasonable, people will continue to give loans to us. You understood? Any questions so far? Strict adherence to path of fiscal consolidation during pre-crisis period created enough fiscal space for pursuing counter-cyclical fiscal policy. So here also, to understand these concepts, you need to understand some basics, like I said, of prelims. That is why I told you that, you need some prelims knowledge. So because we have followed fiscal consolidation so far, I just explained what is consolidation. That means reduction of expenditure, increasing revenue as much as possible. Before this crisis hit, that is whatever COVID crisis came into picture, we were following proper consolidation. Because we followed consolidation, we had enough buffer to somehow take more loans now. Imagine we had taken more loans then only. Then what would have happened? Could we have handled this crisis well? No. Because at that time we did not take loans. Imagine our GDP was 100 rupees, our loans were 60 rupees at that time. That means we maintained somehow at least a healthy level of debt to GDP ratio. But now our GDP is 100 rupees and we have increased our debt to 90 rupees. Because why we take more loans during crisis? We take a lot of loan, we spend this money in the economy. When we do this money will come into hands of people. When it comes into hands of people, they will spend money in the economy. When they spend money, this will increase demand. As demand increases, what happens to production? Production increases. As production increases, what happens to GDP? Because production basically is, GDP is measure of production. As production increases, GDP also increases. So that means to increase our growth, government usually spends more money during recession. This is what we call as expansionary fiscal policy. So this is basically achievements of FRBM Act. It has been able to maintain fiscal discipline so that it will not be able to create all these problems like rating downgrade and too much of debt to GDP ratio, inflation, etc. But what are the negatives? Reduction of expenditure in critical sectors, because it is putting a control on how much government spends. Government is unable to spend on important sectors like infrastructure. So that is one negative aspect. Ideally government wants to spend more, but FRBM Act is limiting how much government can take loan. That is one negative. Then manipulation. At times what government will do is, government will just show some numbers, it will just cook up some numbers and manipulate this whole thing in such a way that for people it will look like FRBM targets are followed, but in reality they are not following them. For example, one example of this manipulation is off-budget borrowing. In the name itself it is there. Normally borrowing has to be shown in the budget or not? Yes. Off-budget borrowing means what? Borrowings will be done, but will not be shown in the budget. To prevent showing it in the budget, they will ask PSUs to take this loan. So that means this is basically off-budget borrowing is one form of manipulation. Recently Nirmala Sitharaman said we have to stop this because it is creating wrong picture of what are total liabilities, total loans and total assets of government. So this is example of manipulation. So because rigid rules are there under FRBM, government has resorted to manipulation earlier, now they are trying to reduce it. Then FRBM Act has not only reduced the fiscal deficit but also starved the growing economy from much needed investment. So this is one criticism is, too rigidly following this FRBM Act has reduced overall investment in the country. Some people argue that government should take more loans, invest more money. So this is same first tip criticism, whatever is there it is similar. Investment means investment in what? Government invests in what things? Infrastructure. So basically they will invest in maybe some sort of research and development, health and education, infrastructure, etc. In these things sufficient amount of investment has not happened because of FRBM Act. So reasons for poor performance, you can see 10 lakh crore capital expenditure in this year's budget as a part of recovery from COVID induced recession. So because of this sort of recession, this recession as of now is COVID induced, but in the last 10 years if you see, we have back-to-back problems in Indian economy. In 2008 there was a major recession, Lehman Brothers crisis, probably you would have studied. In 2012 there was PIGS crisis. PIGS is Portugal, Italy, Greece and Spain. These were all countries which faced a severe crisis. And then in 2017 we had GS3, 2018 I think some demonetization during that time only 16-17. Demonetization GST also it created some sort of shock in the economy. After that when Trump was president there was a trade war between China and USA first and then it spread to India also. And this trade war also created problems. Then the biggest crisis so far, this you can say COVID crisis came into picture. That means one after the other consistently we are having some sort of crisis. When we have crisis, what type of policy do we follow? Expansionary policy. That means we are perpetually in expansion. Somehow we got a 1 year, 2 years gap between COVID and earlier crisis, and during that time we did some consolidation. You understood this? So this is basically the problem why we are unable to maintain FRBM Act properly, because we are always in some sort of crisis where we have to spend more money. If we have to spend more money, then we have to take a loan. So usually government has sources of money, basically highest is tax, second is loan, third is disinvestment. Tax, we cannot do too much of taxation during expansionary policy, because ultimate objective of expansionary policy is what? People should have more money on their hands. When they have more money on their hands, they spend, and this will lead to increase in demand. That is the objective. If we tax them more, then will they have more money or less money? Less money. So we can't tax. If we cannot tax, next best alternative we have is taking loans. So during expansionary policy, we can only take loans, and that is why usually loans will be increasing whenever we have a crisis. And in the last 10 years, we have consistent crisis which have increased our loans. You understood this? So this general understanding of Indian economy is important to answer. At least 1 or 2 questions will be like this, which require you to get broad understanding of overall economy. So for that, I will discuss in the class these concepts, whatever I am discussing. They may seem like peripheral concepts, but without this understanding, you cannot understand the question and answer, you can say, those questions in mains. It requires a certain depth of understanding of economy. So then huge leakages in government subsidies. When we say leakages, what does it mean? It is actually corruption. So in India, varying estimates suggest 10 to 40% leakage in kerosene subsidy. This is just an example. Similarly, in PDS, in grains, a lot of corruption is present. So this is also, you can say, why FRBM is not successful, because a lot of wastage is happening in the money that we are spending. So we keep spending more, but out of that a lot of wastage is also happening. It is a leaky bucket. So we have to keep on adding more water, you can say. So that means there is a problem here. It is a wastage of money. Poor performance of PSUs. More than half of 300 plus PSUs are loss making. So that means because these PSUs are not generating any profits, they are making losses. It is not giving good returns for government. Then it has to depend on loan to spend money. So this is one more reason why poor performance. Tax evasion and tax avoidance. What does this mean? Ideally people should pay tax, but they are avoiding it, means they are legally trying to find all ways possible to not pay tax. Evading it means illegally not paying tax. Even the law demands that they have to pay tax, they are illegally violating it, that is evasion. Legally, if they are finding ways, that is called avoidance. Then low private expenditure. Private final consumption expenditure has had an average share of 56% in GDP. So that means private expenditure, whatever is happening, it has reduced in recent times. Why people are spending less money? What happens during crisis? Will they spend more money or less money? Less money. If people don't spend more money, still we have to increase demand. Who should spend money then? Government. Nobody else is there. So people are not spending, and companies are not spending because they are not getting any profits. When will they get profits? When people spend money, they get profits. So only remaining entity is government. Only they have to spend money, and that is why they are spending money. So this is about FRBM Act. We saw provisions, and then we saw positives and negatives. Next, encasing committee review. Encasing has studied this FRBM Act, and it has identified some changes that are required. They have said that we have to focus on public debt as a proportion to GDP. That means debt to GDP ratio, it should go to 60%. Just now I told you that currently it is around 90%. So that means we have not been able to follow encasing recommendation, because encasing could not foresee that COVID crisis would occur. You understood? So then fiscal deficit and revenue deficit should be reduced to 3% and 0.25%, you can say gradually. This fiscal deficit, same thing, whatever original FRBM Act had said, same thing. But revenue deficit, if it is not possible to make it zero, at least slowly you can reduce 0.25% per year, finally reach 0.25. That is also not happened. So this debt to GDP ratio and fiscal deficit, you have to understand the relationship between them. Fiscal deficit is like yearly loan that you have. Debt to GDP ratio is total loan. Increase in fiscal deficit will increase this debt to GDP ratio or not? Overall debt will increase. So that means this fiscal deficit is the flow of water into the dam. Total water in the dam is debt to GDP ratio. By controlling fiscal deficit, can we control debt to GDP ratio or not? Yes. So that is why you can say short term indicator according to encasing what we should focus on is fiscal deficit. Long term what we have to control is this debt to GDP ratio. How to control debt to GDP ratio? By controlling fiscal deficit only we can control, you can say, this debt to GDP ratio. You understood this? So then he has spoken about primary deficit. We should not overly focus on fiscal deficit but focus on primary deficit. Anybody remembers what is primary deficit? Fiscal deficit minus interest payments is, you can say, primary deficit. Interest payment means, earlier I think if I attended all my normal regular classes, I gave an example where if you are taking 8 rupees loan this year, imagine Government of India took 8 rupees loan this year, that is what we call as fiscal deficit. Primary deficit means we have other earlier loans or not. For this earlier loan should we pay interest or not? If we pay interest of maybe 3 rupees, we are paying from this year's loans only, and remaining amount of money whatever is there after paying interest of previous loans, this is what we call as primary deficit. Because this interest we have to pay, we don't have a choice here. So he has said that no need to focus on purely fiscal deficit, try to reduce the primary deficit. You understood this? So this is one more thing he has said. Then he has given something called as escape clause. See, you have to follow this FRBM Act normally, but in some certain situations you can say skip this FRBM Act. And what are those situations? For that he has called it as escape clause. Escape clause means during calamities, wars, you can say some sort of national security issues, or when GDP of a country goes suddenly low because of this sort of COVID crisis. These are all situations which he calls, you can say, as some extraordinary situations. During this time you don't have to follow FRBM Act. So this sort of escape clause has been introduced based on encasing recommendation into FRBM Act. You understood the meaning of escape clause? So it suggested setting up a fiscal council, an independent body which will be tasked with monitoring government's fiscal announcements. So fiscal council means an independent body will be set up. So far who is judging government's performance? Government itself is judging, informing to parliament that everything is fine, we have performed very well. Every year they will say the same thing. So how will we know whether they are telling the truth or not? Some independent body should be there which will verify whatever claims of government are true or not, whether they are performing well or not. So for that an independent fiscal council should be created which will, you can say, give an assessment independently of how government has performed, projection of next year, what will be probable growth rate, etc. So this is what he called as fiscal council. But we are not set up so far. He has recommended it but we have not set it up. So it will provide its own forecast and analysis for the, you can say, government's performance. This is the responsibility of fiscal council. You understood escape clause and fiscal council. What is the meaning of escape clause? So it will help us to skip this, you can say, FRBM Act when we have extraordinary situations, and this fiscal council will be the independent body which will actually identify performance and forecast of government. So this is, so far whatever we have seen is FRBM Act. Yes, it was there in original, it was not there in original act, it was recommended by encasing. It has been added into original act by amendment. All the recommendations of encasing have not been added, but escape clause has been added into FRBM Act. So now it is a part of the original act itself. You understood this? So next, fiscal responsibility legislation. In line with whatever at the center we have implemented as FRBM Act, in all the states whatever we are doing, we have implemented the same model called as FRLs. FRL means fiscal responsibility legislation at states. Just like FRBM at the center, we have FRLs at the states. So fiscal targets were established which were same for all states. Overall deficit was not allowed to exceed 3% of GSDP. GSDP means GDP we consider for the country, gross state domestic product of the state. Same thing we implemented for state level also. At any point, well, revenue deficit was to be eliminated gradually. So zero revenue deficit target was there. 12th Finance Commission allowed states to borrow directly from market in the hope investors would also exercise some discipline. I mean, so far market borrowing was not allowed until 12th Finance Commission. Market borrowing means what? States can sell government securities and take loans directly from people. Earlier only central government used to take this loan and then give to states. Now states themselves can also do it. Dated government securities can be sold. Selling a government security means basically taking a loan. You understood this? So responsibility could be maintained upon states who wish to borrow by pushing up interest rates on states. That means if the position of the state government is bad, will people give loans, or if the people want to give loans, what will happen to interest rates? It will be increased. Why? Because interest rate will depend upon the risk of the entity borrowing it. Imagine you are taking a loan. If you already have 2 loans and third loan you are taking, they will say we'll give you the loan but interest will be 25%. That means because the risk is high. Imagine you have huge assets but don't have any loans, then they will give you loans at lower interest rate because risk is low. If state government's overall health of its finances is poor, what will happen to interest rate for its loans? It will increase. So based on that, state governments will impose self-discipline. That was our hope. That is why we allowed them to take loans from the market. Then they will be self-aware that we can't take more loans from the market if our economic health is bad. You understood? So broad public discipline was enhanced by introducing new reporting requirements. Same reporting requirements whatever we saw earlier. That means medium-term fiscal policy statement, strategy statement, etc. States were required to publish annual medium-term fiscal policy reports. So reasons for poor performance. Why states are performing poorly? One is Uday scheme. This Uday scheme we will discuss later in infrastructure point also. Uday means it was a scheme created to resolve the problems of DISCOMs. DISCOM means what? Electricity distribution companies. Electricity is usually produced, you might have seen, maybe you can say in some sort of coal-fired power plants, etc. Then it is distributed, then it is consumed in somebody's home or factory, etc. It is distribution companies responsible for the distribution stage here. Distribution means bringing electricity to our homes. But DISCOMs are facing severe losses. So state governments, what they did was, they said we'll take the losses of DISCOMs so that they can continue their operation, because otherwise they were failing. And in India, electricity serious problems would occur if they fail. So that is why state governments took over the debt of DISCOMs. When they took over the debt, extra loans were present in state governments. When that happens, what will happen to their, you can say, credit rating and ability to take loans? What will happen to risk there? Risk will increase, credit rating downgrade will happen, new loans will become costly, that means interest rate will increase. This is what happened because of Uday scheme. So you can see, according to Prapti portal, DISCOM's total outstanding dues to power generating companies rose 48%. Why DISCOMs are all facing losses? Biggest reason in India why DISCOMs face losses is because of electricity theft. In villages, people don't pay bills. They will just hang a wire to that and they will use the electricity and they will not pay the bill. So distribution companies face all these losses and somehow they are unable to, you can say, recover from these losses. You understood this? So this is the biggest problem with regard to electricity distribution in India. So far we have not been able to solve it. There are proposals that we have to bring smart metering and all these type of things to resolve this problem, but so far there is no permanent solution as of now. Then farm loan waivers. That means during election they will claim we will waive off the farm loans. If they are waiving off, who is actually paying it? Government is paying to the banks. That means where will they get it? They will have to take a loan, and then what happens to overall loans of government? So that same, you can say, problem will occur, just like whatever happened with regard to Uday. Lack of fiscal discipline, political populism, distribution of freebies. So whenever these freebies are given, government has to pay for it. They will usually take loans. So this is all added up, and this led to, you can say, debt of all the states increasing. You understood this? So implementation of states pay commission recommendations. So states also, after 7th pay commission in the center, states also started increasing salaries for their employees, increased expenditure for state governments. Revenue uncertainties because of implementation of GS3. Earlier at least states were able to control their taxes and earn enough revenue, but now who can control GST? GST council, mostly controlled by the center, only they can control GST. So states are unable to even earn enough, you can say, through their own taxes also now. So that means you can see now they are unable to get sufficient amount of revenue. Expenditures have increased, revenues have actually, control over revenue has reduced. Even after GST, overall their revenues have reduced for most states. Center argues that it is not because of GST, it is because of COVID, but states have argued that, or later we will see in GST that you have to give compensation, etc. But overall revenue has been less, you can say, for states. Periodic salary and pension revisions make it harder. So that means usually whenever election is there, state government will announce we will increase your DA or some other, you can say, extra salary for all teachers, because it will be a large vote base who will vote for them. So this is also extra expenditure for states. So you can see discipline in the states is relatively lower compared to discipline in the center with regard to fiscal matters. You understood? So how to move towards fiscal discipline? Improving tax realization by reducing tax avoidance. That means wherever we are losing out tax, we have to try and get as much as possible there. Enhancing tax compliance. For this, in normal class we had discussed about artificial intelligence software that government is using called as Project Insight. Project Insight will identify, you can say, people who have not paid taxes using their social media profiles. If the person has bought a costly car but he is claiming his income is only 10 lakhs, then it will identify, it will flag it and send it to IRS officers. So they will be able to identify and collect the tax there. So this is how we are trying to address, you can say, this tax evasion, tax avoidance, etc. Enhancing tax to GDP ratio. How to address this tax to GDP ratio? Either we have to increase tax collection, that we are already doing. I mean, we have to increase GDP. We are trying to do both. Tax to GDP ratio, if it has to increase, GDP also should increase. I mean, we have to, if GDP reduces, tax to GDP increases, but as GDP is increasing, tax realization for us, if it has to improve, then we have to, you can say, focus on improving tax collections also. Debt to GDP ratio, you can say. How to reduce this debt to GDP ratio? Either we have to reduce the debt or increase the GDP. So, extending DBT scheme. DBT means how it will help, you can say, how DBT will help with regard to leakages will reduce, corruption will reduce, saving of money will happen. Then, so encasing recommended all the changes and asked to change the name of this FRBM Act itself into Debt Management and Fiscal Responsibility Bill. So we have to do all these changes and implement this, which we have not done so far. We have only implemented 1 or 2 recommendations, like we saw escape clause and such other things. So encasing said that 60% debt to GDP ratio target should be there, and split that into 40% for center and 20% for states. And when he gave this recommendation, we were at 68% debt to GDP ratio, but now, like I said, we are at 90%. How did we so increase it so much? Because India's GDP reduced after COVID and debt increased. So when both of them happened, sudden increase in GDP, debt to GDP ratio happened. Now our GDP is coming back to normal, and debt also slightly we are trying to reduce. So eventually we will come back probably to first 70% and then maybe to 60%. You understood? Then fiscal council we already saw. Government can also deviate from the path of on advice of fiscal council in case of national security war. That means whatever this fiscal council is saying, in escape clause situations they don't need to follow fiscal council's advice. This is what they have recommended, but like I said, it's not been implemented. How does increased government borrowing affect government finances? When we take too much loan, what happens? This we just discussed. Interest cost will go up for new loans. Why? Because credit rating will go down and risk associated with this borrower will go up. That means interest rate will go up. Then higher debt to GDP ratio we already know. Burden on future generations, because who should pay back this loan? Example, you can give fiscal cliff in USA, because in USA they have taken so much loans for every war. Now the future generation of US citizens have to pay back this loan. So that is burden on future generation. Possible downgrade of sovereign ratings. That means rating of this country will reduce. Then crowding out effect. This crowding out effect, what does it mean? Anybody remembers? Crowding out means people and businesses have saved the money in the bank. This is the bank. Imagine in this bank, ideally what the bank should do is give loans to other businesses so that they will be able to, you can say, produce something. But imagine majority of this loan is actually going to government. If government itself is taking so much loan, money available to this private sector to give loans will reduce or not. This is what we call as crowding out. More amount of savings of people are actually going towards government, so that less amount of total savings in the economy are remaining to be given as loans to industry. This is what we call as crowding out effect. You understand? So whenever government takes too much loan, not enough savings are available for industry. What happens to production? Production reduces. If production reduces, what is happening to GDP? GDP also reduces. So off budget borrowing we discussed already. It means loans that are taken not by center directly but by another public institution like PSU. They will not show it in the budget. That is why they are called as off budget borrowing. Problem with this is it will show wrong numbers with regard to what are the total loans of government. They are used to fulfill government's expenditure needs. Since the liability of loan is not formally on the center, loan is not included in the national fiscal deficit. So it is not shown in fiscal deficit. This used to happen regularly in India. But the problem is this created, you can say, imagine if it is known, at least somebody will take some actions regarding it. If it is not known and our loans are increasing, will it be more riskier or not? So that was the problem. So CAG and 15th Finance Commission actually red flagged this. They said that you should not do it anymore. So based on their recommendation, Nirmala Sitharaman said we are going to do away with this in 2021 itself. In 2022 they started implementing. This year also they are continuing to implement slowly, you can say, this sort of reduction and removal slowly of all this off budget borrowing. So then there is something called as this RAN curve with regard to economic performance and government spending. That means how much money can government spend at any given point of time. We already saw that during expansionary fiscal policy, what does government do? It will take a lot of loans and it will spend. But there is a limit to how much government can take loan and spend, beyond which there will be a negative impact. You can say economic performance, if government spending keeps increasing, first it will keep increasing. But after one point, economic performance actually starts declining. Why? Because if they take too much loan, what happens? Will it lead to crowding out effect or not? Crowding out effect means less production and you can say negative outcomes. More loans means this will lead to more interest burden and future loans becoming costlier. All these problems will occur. So there is an optimum point where government should stop taking loans, stop spending more money. This is what this RAN curve shows. You understood this? So initially it will increase economic performance when government is spending more by taking loans. After a point it will reduce. We have to ideally identify what is the optimum point and stop there. Same thing with regard to COVID stimulus. How much COVID stimulus should we give? It is based on this same thing, same restrictions, whatever we have seen. Based on RAN curve we have to identify. COVID stimulus package increased India's debt to GDP ratio almost 90%. We just discussed that part. But to create a virtuous cycle in the economy by stimulating demand, it is the best policy government could have followed. So economic survey actually last year and this year both, it has defended government because government whatever they have taken loans and spent the money, this is what has led to revival of the economy so far. That means increase in production and GDP growth. So economic survey considered all options and suggested increased expenditure despite violation of FRBM targets. They said that at this point in a post-COVID, you can say recovery era, you don't have to think about FRBM. Right now what is important? Getting out of this recession is important. So they said you have to spend as much money as possible, so they started spending more. As per encasing committee's escape clause criteria also, COVID-induced slowdown is enough to invoke the escape clause because India's GDP reduced. So because of this reason escape clause can be triggered and we can violate this FRBM Act. But we cannot violate it beyond this, you can say, optimum size of government spending. You understood this? So conclusion of FRBM. Recommendations of encasing should be implemented in time-bound manner. Can you give a general conclusion? Now that you know what is this FRBM, what could be the conclusion here?
Government is trying to consider counter-cyclical.
So you can talk about counter-cyclical policy. Counter-cyclical means if we are in a vicious cycle, we have to convert it into virtuous cycle. That is counter-cycle. So we can say FRBM Act is actually a good tool in normal times. But in extraordinary times, in like recession times, it is actually more wiser to spend more money, but limited by this whatever RAN curve is there. Currently we are in one of those extraordinary times, and because of this reason, after this, after we come back to normal situation, we have to go back to consolidation and according to FRBM Act. So this is, we are just linking the current context in the conclusion. In conclusion, you can write in various ways. There is no one single good way, one best method is not there to write conclusion. If it is a reasonable conclusion where you have found some closure to this so far, and it is good enough. So try to generate your own conclusion whenever you think of this, what can be a closure to this. Here I have just given an example, adopting simple new fiscal framework based on primary balance. That means, this primary deficit. So you can take this encasing whatever recommendations are there, we have to introduce this new act instead of FRBM Act and consider primary deficit debt to GDP ratio as important factors according to whatever encasing has said. And maybe we have to change the name of this act also because it is notorious for not being implemented rather than being implemented. This is what encasing also said. So something like this you can write as conclusion as well. So one of the previous year's question I have given here. Look at this question. What were the reasons for introduction of FRBM Act? What were the reasons means what? What should we write here? Why it has been brought out. You can see specific question they have asked is why here. That means it is analytical. If you only read about what FRBM does, then you can't answer this question. Only if you know the why aspect, analytical aspect, then only you can answer this question. Then discuss critically its salient features and their effectiveness. What is the directive here? Discuss critically or critically discuss, both are same. Critically means you have to, all aspects has to be brought out. To what extent you can say these features and its effectiveness is good or bad, both aspects you have to write. So you know what their features are, we just discussed. You know what its effectiveness is also, it is relatively not good. So that is why encasing recommends you can say all these changes. Same points whatever we saw. If it is a 15 marker, how do you write it? Reasons for introduction. First, what is it, about FRBM in general you can write. In 2003 we introduced this. And FRBM does XYZ type of control, tries to control fiscal deficit, tries to bring transparency. Why did we introduce it? This is the subheading first, and you write some points. And then critically salient features, that means salient features of FRBM Act, you can list out maybe 3 or 4. And their effectiveness, whether FRBM Act has been successful, to what extent it is successful. Negative aspects, why it has not been successful. This way, third subheading you can write, and you can write conclusion. You understood? Any question on how to answer this? So other questions also are similar. In view of emergency situation, FRBM Act can be relaxed by Government of India. Do you agree? When do you agree question is there, you have to give a clear opinion there. Yes, I agree we have to relax it, because even economic survey is also saying the same thing, because at this point rather than going for fiscal consolidation we have to go for expansion, otherwise we will not be able to increase demand and go to virtuous cycle. So simple opinion, same using same arguments you have to write. But if they are asking do you agree, and you write only positives and negatives and you are not writing exactly, you can say whether I agree or not, then you won't be able to get good marks. You understood this? You have to write an opinion when they are asking an opinion. If you don't write it, you lose probably 1 mark, because it carries at least, that opinion will carry at least 1 mark. You understood this? So this I have just added to give idea on how they are writing. Explain meaning of off-budget borrowings, its role in helping government raise funds for various expenditures. Comment on its desirability. Now here identify what is the directive. Explain. There are 2. One is explain, one is comment. Okay, first part of the question, explain the meaning of off-budget borrowing and its role in helping the government raise funds for various expenditures. First you have to explain what is off-budget borrowing. Off-budget borrowing is the keyword. Its role in helping government raise funds for expenditure. So first, how do you structure this? First part is explanation of what is off-budget borrowing. Second part is how is it helping government to raise funds. Then third part is it desirable? What is your opinion with regard to its desirability? It is easy to structure this question because they themselves have made it into parts. You understood? Now look at her answer. This is Gamini Singla, rank 3. Off-budget borrowings refer to sources of revenue which are not mentioned in the annual financial statement. It is a very simple, you can say, explanation. What she understood, same thing she has written in simple words. Example, borrowings by Food Corporation of India, a government agency. Instead of writing in general terms like PSUs are borrowing, she has taken a PSU, or you can say some sort of company of government, and specifically mentioned that if Food Corporation of India borrows it. You can also write if Indian Oil Corporation is borrowing it, then that would not be shown in budget, it would be off budget point. Try to make your answer as specific as possible. You don't need to worry whether Indian Oil Corporation has taken a loan or not. You just mention it, it's okay, they also won't know, and they will give you marks, because it will be, you can say, some sort of hypothetical type of example. So, role in helping government, extra sources of funding, that means how, the second part of this answer, you can see its role in helping government raise funds. how extra source of funding will be there, enhances revenue for meeting public expenditure. Government need not give any explanation, because normally if it is in budget, do they have to explain it or not? Who to who? During budget session, legislature will ask questions, why you are taking this loan. No, they don't need to give it. No, answerability to parliament about utility, decreases burden on government. So this is what, they are all very simple arguments. There is nothing extraordinary in the answer. Desirability of off budget have been condemned. You can see she is not saying I am condemning it initially. She is saying have been condemned by someone else. So in conclusion, you can write that, is it desirable? Imagine they have asked a question, comment on its desirability. You can write your opinion. Imagine, do you agree that they should be stopped? You can say yes, I agree, because everybody else has also, you can write about others' opinions and finally you have to give your opinion. You understand? Imagine they have not asked your opinion, they have just asked explain, discuss, then you don't need to give your opinion. So borrowings have been condemned, lack of transparency. So this part we know, violates principle of accountability, not included when calculating fiscal deficit, wrong sense of accomplishment. That means it will create a low fiscal deficit even though they have high fiscal deficit. A bubble of false numbers, harmful for the economy. So you can see recent steps by government to include off-budget borrowings such as by Food Corporation of India are highly appreciable. That means include the off-budget borrowings in budget. When you are writing answer, this is one thing that will happen. You have a phrase in your mind but that will not come out in the answer. This is also regular. We see in many answers like this. They have skipped a phrase itself or half the sentence, somehow it is, because your hand and mind speed, you can say they might not match sometimes, these things will happen. But it is not a big problem. Examiner will be able to understand, okay, what actually she means here. So government must abide by 15th Finance Commission recommendations. This is a specific particular, you can say 15th Finance Commission has said this, we just saw, and even Food Corporation of India has taken this, we know. And she is also saying that recently we have tried to reduce this and show it in the budget. This also we saw. These are all specifics. Generally about, you can say, things people will know. Majority of the people will know enough content to write a general answer on, you can say, this off-budget borrowings. But you should write enough specifics to ensure that examiner will feel that you know enough, okay, about this off-budget borrowing. That is the type of impression that they have to get. You can see that if you actually study a topic and you see topper's answers, you will feel there is nothing extraordinary in that answer. In fact, any topper you take, even first ranker of last 10 years, all first rankers, you will see that their answers are all simple. Then what is the difference? The difference is the first point that I told you, they are exactly addressing the demand of the question. Look at the subheadings here. Explain the meaning of off-budget borrowing. There is no need of subheading, she just jumped into explaining the meaning. It would be better if you write a small introduction and then write it. Probably she was short of time, it is a 10 marker, that is why she did not write it. Otherwise she would have written it. Introduction and a subheading, what is off-budget borrowing? And second part, role in helping. They have given exactly role in helping government. She has written exactly role in, examiner is searching, where is the answer to this part? If you write your own subheading creatively, they won't be able to identify this is the answer to that part. You understood? Then desirability, here they have asked about desirability, exact same word she has used to point out to the examiner, make their life easy that, okay, this part I have answered here. You understood? So you can see it is very sharply addressing only the demand of the question. No unnecessary points are there in the entire answer. So this is the first point, the first principle of, you can say, writing good answer that you have to maintain. So everybody is clear with FRBM. So the first topic, because some fundamental concepts are there, we took time. Same topics will come again and again, and at that time again there is no need to repeat those topics. We'll just, in those topics we can go quickly. Any questions if you have, you can ask. Everybody is clear. So we'll take a break and continue after 10-15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. Any questions before we move forward to next topic? No questions? From economy. From economy overall it differs from around 90 to 120. So in last year's paper, number of questions from economy were relatively less, around 80 marks, 80-90 marks, and there were more questions from science and tech, about 50 marks were from science and tech. So you can expect around 90 marks at least, you can say on an average 90 marks from economy will be there. Economy means all the economy topics combined together, excluding science and tech and security and other things. So any other questions? No questions. So next topic is middle income trap. With regard to middle income trap, I think about 3 times so far economic survey has spoken about it, and also it keeps coming in news editorials, and finance minister and chief economic advisor, they keep coming back to the topic. In that sense, it has been an important topic in the last decade in, you can say, overall India's economic development. So what is this? Why does it occur and what exactly is it? Middle income trap as a concept is very simple. Usually, because India is a developing country, or you can say from underdeveloped country we are now coming to a developing status. Now we have a developing status. Once we come to developing status, how did we come here? We did not come here, you can say we did not actually become a developing country from underdeveloped country using our own technology or our own innovations, our own institutions. We borrowed everything from other countries. For example, imagine all the technologies that we use today, including say roads and engines and cars and vehicles and everything has been borrowed from say the West. We are not using much of our own innovations. We have done some innovations, but relatively if you see majority of the innovations are you can say import from other countries, and other countries were willing to do it for very long until we became a developing country. If anybody wants to, you can say, share something to others, if they are very poor, people will be willing to share. But once they come to a certain level, then sharing will stop. This is what has happened to many countries including India. Other countries are not sharing easily technology that they have with us. Why? Because if they share, then what would happen? Then India would become their competitor eventually. To prevent this sort of competition in future, they don't usually share. So this is where we are trapped in this middle income. From low income we came to middle income, but from middle income we cannot use the same methods which we used so far to go into high income country. We are in a trap because first thing, we are not getting anything from outside. Second thing, have we developed on our own existing development, existing institutions for research and development and such? No. So that means in both cases we are somehow stuck here. So this is what we call as middle income trap. So why does it happen? Developing countries progress quickly due to convergence effect. This is what we call convergence effect. Convergence means all ideas from other countries and other, you can say, areas will converge, and this will create development in our country. This is what is convergence effect. Why is it called convergence effect? Other countries' development level is here, but ours is here. So imagine from here to here we can move very quickly. Convergence means development level will slowly come closer and closer. First it will come quickly. As they come closer, it will become slower. You understood this? Convergence means the more farther away it is from the highest level developed country, the more quick it will be. As it comes closer, the country will become slower because other countries are not giving, you can say, technology, resources, aid, whatever it is that led to this sort of development so far for this country. You understood the problem? So until a certain extent, they will, you can say, for example, consider ideas from developed countries will keep on coming until a certain extent. Roads, cars, RCC buildings, petrol, diesel engine, railway, electricity, all these are examples which you borrowed from other countries. So after which they don't share ideas. For example, we were trying to borrow this cryogenic engine technology from Russia that US blocked. US said that you cannot share it with India because it is possible that India will use this for maybe weapons, nuclear weapons or something in future. At this point in 1991, we did not even have any nuclear weapons also. It means we had some rudimentary level because we had done Pokhran 1 in 74, but still it was not significant enough threat but still they did not want a future possible threat also from India, and that is why you can say they blocked this transfer. And after they blocked this, it was in 2021 I think we developed our own cryogenic engine. That means a 30-year delay instead of just borrowing it directly from Russia. This is just a sign of things to come in future. New technologies we cannot get from others, we cannot immediately develop in 2 or 3 years. It took 3 decades to develop cryogenic engine. You can imagine in future all crucial technologies that we don't get from other countries, it is already there, but if we have to develop it on our own from the scratch, it is going to take decades together. You understood this? So at this point developing countries neither have their own capability to innovate, develop technology, nor do they get help from outside. This is what we call as middle income trap. Convergence effect usually helps only certain section of population, creating exclusion. That means even when this convergence effect happens, who will actually get the benefit of this in every country, in every poor country is only a certain section of population who are highly educated, maybe middle class or people who have enough money to make use of this. Today consider for example a new technology comes, AI or some sort of new, who can make use of this? People who already have an internet connection, who already have, you can say, sufficient amount of education, digital literacy, everything, only they can make use of it. Same thing, whenever any new technology comes from outside, including roads, including electricity, etc., people who had enough money to buy, you can say, all these things, only they could make use of it. This creates severe inequality in India, and at the same time now we have inequality also and middle income trap also. You understood? This is basically the problem. India has entered middle income position in 2008. Since then the per capita income is increasing but slowly. That means you can see there is a slowdown in increase in per capita income after we entered this middle income position. According to World Bank, a range of per capita income between $996 to $12,055 is middle income, and India's is around 2000. That means you have just entered middle income, there is a long way to go in the middle income itself. So you can see India is still in lower middle income currently. Some people have argued we are not even in the trap yet because we are in lower middle income, but it will come later, maybe 5 years, 10 years down the line, we will face a severe trap. But right now, we are still worrying about it because at this point we should start developing on our own technologies, our own institutions, our own R&D, etc. Because once we actually are in the middle of this trap, it will become very difficult to grow from there further. So India is a victim, is India a victim of middle income trap? This is the type of discussion that is happening in the last decade after 2008, after we came to this middle income level. So lack of inclusive growth you can see. So when you write this type of points, use some sort of a substantiation like this. India is 62nd out of 74th emerging countries in inclusive development index. There is an index, inclusive development index, which shows that our inclusiveness is very poor. So this is what it is showing. Rise in inequality. India ranked 140th among 156 countries in World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report. You don't have to remember, you can say, different, 1000 indices. You just remember for all inequality related points, couple of facts. Same thing you use, you can say, in multiple places. In these notes probably you can see, you will find lot of them. You don't have to remember all of them. Choose what you can remember. From entire inequality you remember 10 things. From entire, you can say, this part you remember 10 things. And then you can use the same thing to support your answer everywhere. So that because all your answers should not look the same, I have given more so that you can choose. You can say which one you can easily remember and write it. So factors that can hurt India's growth. 2017 economic survey warned that 4 factors could hurt India with regard to middle income trap. So first is hyper globalization repudiation. Repudiation means some sort of reversal. Hyper globalization means the fast pace of globalization that was happening. So entire world was actually moving towards globalization rapidly. Globalization means what? Integration of countries, or you can also say easy movement of goods, services across the borders, people, investment, ideas also across the borders. This is what we call as globalization. Repudiation means a reversal of globalization started happening from after 2008 financial crisis. We realized that too much of globalization will lead to any crisis anywhere in the world will hurt us also. So that means we started taking some measures to buffer ourselves, protect ourselves. Then there was Brexit. That means Britain wanted to get out of European Union, and so this created doubts in whether everybody wants to, you can say, de-link themselves from the remaining part of the world. Then Trump exited from Trans-Pacific Partnership, even Paris deal also. So this, you can see, every country started putting some restrictions, H1B visa restrictions, so that people cannot move easily. WTO became defunct somewhat, it is not working as it was working. So all these are signs of, you can say, showing that earlier whatever pace of globalization used to be very fast, Now it has slowed down. Why it has slowed down? Because earlier developed countries used to get benefit out of it. Now they are not getting much benefit. Developing countries are getting much benefit. We are sending our people to those countries and they are earning more. I mean, we are getting more money. And similarly, our products are now being exported instead of importing their products. So there is some sort of a resistance that has developed against globalization. And if we are not going to get their product services, we cannot sell our products and services there. What happens to our convergence effect? It will reduce, it will slow down or not. So that is hyper-globalization repudiation. It is a phrase used by Economic Survey, that is why I have given exactly same thing. But in simple terms, you can say deglobalization, slowdown of globalization, same thing. Thwarted or impeded structural transformation. I think in regular classes I have discussed about what is structural transformation of an economy. Every economy will move from first agriculture dependence to manufacturing dependence to services dependence. And right now, India is in services dependent stage, but we have never been in this manufacturing dependence. We have directly jumped from agriculture to services. So this is what they call as impeded structural transformation. Ideally what should have happened is this, but now there was an impediment and then directly we have jumped, so it has not happened properly. Because it has not happened properly, we cannot easily move away from agriculture. So many people, 50% of the population are in agriculture, they are stuck in agriculture. Ideally if your income should increase, what should we do? We should produce more. To produce more, what should happen? People should be able to buy it. If people have to buy it, they should have more income. But they are all stuck in agriculture, they have very less income. They are all poor. And that means because of high poverty, and also manufacturing should produce more. We don't have manufacturing sector developed well and poverty is high. Neither we have purchasing power nor producing ability and we are stuck. This impeded structural transformation also is making us get stuck in this same middle income trap. This is one more argument Economic Survey has given. Human capital regression due to technological progress. Human capital regression means, progression means what? Going forward. Regression means going backward. What is human capital? Human capital means people who are skilled, people who can participate in the economy and produce something. They are all human capital. What is important for human capital? They need to have education and skills. They need to be healthy. If they are not healthy also, then they are not part of human capital. And some social restrictions or whatever it is should not prevent them from participating. For example, women who are married and have children, maybe their in-laws are preventing them to work. Then also they cannot be considered as a part of human capital. Social restrictions are preventing them from participating. So that means human capital means all these aspects if we can overcome, then you can see, then if they have the skills and they are contributing, they are part of human capital. Human capital regression means reduction in our human capital or their capabilities. Why? Because very fast technological progress is happening, automation is happening, ChatGPT can do whatever 50% of the population can do. So that means nobody is going to use them. ChatGPT is free, but if you have to use a person, then you have to pay. So what happens? They will become underemployed or unemployed. Over a period of time, what happens to their skills? They will reduce further. Usually people when they are employed, then only their skills keep on sharpening because they are using them, learning something on a daily basis. If unemployment, underemployment increases, human capital regression means reduction in our overall human capital will happen. This is another major threat to, you can say, India and being stuck in this, you can say, middle income trap. Then climate change induced agricultural stress. Because of climate change, already we have severe, you can say, distress in agriculture in the last 20 years. P. Sainath has written about, books about it. He has written Everybody Loves a Good Drought. He was a reporter for the Hindu for 20 years about, you can say, farmer suicides and such. He has written about 2 lakh farmers have committed suicide in the last 2 decades in India, which shows that there is already distress. And because of climate change, what is going to happen here? It is further going to increase or not. So that means if agriculture in India, where 50% of the population is present, where stress is going to increase because of climate change, this will create severe problems everywhere else. This will lead to mass migration into cities and existing capability, carrying capacity of a city, and you can say existing infrastructure is going to get, you can say, it is already at stressing point. It will break. Basically, this will create problems also for further growth and further development of the country. So these are basically the 4 major challenges that India is going to face in the coming decade with regard to middle income trap. This is what Economic Survey has said. What will be the consequences? Stagnation in purchasing power. As of now, 1% of people have 49% of the wealth. The remaining people are unable to increase their purchasing power quickly. They are stagnating there. That means salary is not increasing. maybe if it is increasing, it is 3%, 2% only. It is not even matching inflation. So this is stagnation in purchasing power. Then stagnation of human capital. This is what regression we saw. It means their skills are not improving over a period of time. Threat posed by low cost competitors. CMLV countries means, anybody knows? Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam. This is Southeast Asian countries. These countries are a major competitor for India. Why they are competitors? Labor is cheaper compared to India also there because they are poor countries. So whatever India is doing, manufacture of footwear, textiles, etc., where India had comparative advantage earlier, now these countries are doing it much cheaper. So we are losing out, you can say, our jobs and our business to these countries. This is also a threat. Then lack of technological development. Backward technology in Indian agriculture, for example, we are still using Indus Valley technology only, this wooden plows, etc. So that means we are not introduced any new technology since 2000, 3000 years. So we are not leveraging technology. When we do leverage, we only do it to eliminate people. It means instead of using employees, we are using technology. Other than that, we are not using to increase productivity or increase quality of product, etc. So this is basically the problem. What would be solution? In India, we have to focus more on innovation and research. Right now in India, overall less than 1% of GDP is spent on research and development. And even in that, you see who was spending, 60% is spent by government. In developed countries, actually more than 80% of all R&D expenditure is through private sector. But in India, we don't have much expenditure from private sector. It is majorly by central government only, little bit by state government. Focus on inclusive growth. It means first what we have to do is increase expenditure on research, both from government and especially from private sector. Then second, focus on why private sector is not spending on R&D. Because in India, IPR regime is not very strong until recently. Recently, we have started improving it. IPR means intellectual property. We are not giving patents. It took 7 years to get a patent in India until recently. Now we have increased it, doubled the strength of patent office and such to speed up this whole process. Hopefully, we will see the impact in another at least 2-3 years, maybe 5 years. So this is basically R&D. We have to focus more on R&D. Focus on inclusive growth to create big enough market for sustained growth. If growth has to happen, it has to be inclusive. If it is not inclusive, imagine 1% people are earning all the money, then why it will not be sustainable? Who will buy future products if nobody else has money? Rich people, will they continue to buy products? 1% population will not buy anything, they already have everything. So who will buy the remaining products, whatever they are producing? If nobody has any money, nobody will buy. So we have to share this wealth with others, then only we can sustain this cycle. Economy is dynamic, it is a virtuous cycle that we have to maintain. So that means you can see that if capitalism as a process, it has to continue, then poor should keep on getting money in their hands. So this is, you can say, focus on inclusive growth. Focus on structural transformation for continued supply of quality human resource. That means we have to focus on developing manufacturing sector so that from agriculture people will shift to manufacturing sector, then we can train them and quality human resource can be developed. So this is, for that we have created manufacturing policy, National Manufacturing Policy 2013. So what we try to do here is create 25% GDP from manufacturing. So far we have not been able to do it, but that is the target. National Manufacturing Investment Zones like SEZs. We have created manufacturing investment zones also where big manufacturing facilities can set up. But not enough people have shown interest in setting up this because it requires lot of investment. So this link to inclusive growth, that means if we can do inclusive growth, we can reduce this middle income trap. Elements of inclusive growth, you can see how we can ensure inclusive growth. We know that growth, if it has to convert to development, we saw earlier there are two aspects. One is employment. If employment happens, then whatever money is there, it will go into people's hands and development will occur. What is another angle? Redistribution by government. That means progressive taxation on rich people, using that for welfare schemes like MGNREGA, Food Security Act, etc. So this is welfare by government. Both these will lead to, you can say, some sort of development. Growth to convert to development, both of these should happen. Then agricultural development will help us, you can say, improve incomes of poorest 50% of the population. This will also lead to, you can say, increased purchasing power, increased economic growth. So ultimate objective is to get out of middle income trap. What should we do? We should increase economic growth. As of now, per capita income is $2,000, it should exceed $12,000. That is the ultimate goal here. So then agricultural development, poverty reduction. As of now 28-30% of the population are poor by India's own definition. If you take World Bank definition, it is 50%. So half the population is unable to buy anything. Imagine if we bring them out of poverty, will they contribute to demand or not? If demand increases, what happens to production? If production increases, what happens to GDP and per capita income? So that means we can get out of this middle income. So that is another. Equal distribution of income, then purchasing power will also distribute equally, people will buy more things. Social sector development. Social sector development means focusing on vulnerable sections. It could be women, SC, STs, differently abled. Usually their purchasing power in general is low. Decision making power is low in society. So if you focus on them, then they will also become a part of, you can say, purchasing elite of the country. Reduction in regional disparities. If you focus on, you can say, weaker areas in the country and they will also be part of this development process, then also there is a probability that we can increase overall per capita income. Industrial development, manufacturing, that is basically to help achieve movement from agriculture to manufacturing. This is structural transformation itself. Environmental protection. How is this linked to inclusive growth and, you can say, middle income trap? By protecting environment, how can we increase incomes? Correct. So this is a good link. Imagine environmental degradation happens. Will it affect agriculture or not? It will affect agriculture. Imagine pollination will not happen because of lack of bees or something. Then 50% of the people are affected. They will go back into even more poverty. If environment, because of climate change, right now you can say pathogens are increasing or vector-borne diseases are increasing and they are moving much faster. The disease burden will lead to extra out-of-pocket expenditure of people or not. They will be pushed back into poverty. You should be able to bring this sort of link between, you can say, one point and another point. This is a skill that you have to develop for mains. You will be able to generate more points easily if you can create these links. So what are the measures? You can use the similar type. I have just given a block here. This block actually is a multi-purpose type of block. How to achieve $5 trillion economy? You need to increase growth. How to create a development? Growth is a necessary condition for development. Inclusive growth, progress, middle income trap. All these ultimately require growth somehow. So whatever we are doing, everything which we are doing towards growth, same points you can write for all of them. Here I have given 8 to 10 points. You only need 4 or 5 in answer that you have to write. Agriculture, doubling farmers by 2022 initiative actually we had taken. Government claims that it is successful. Farmers are not claiming, but government has claimed that it is successful.
As per government that it stands for the 900 something, sir. They have said we have doubled the income, but farmers stand is that what is the real income, it must be doubled.
Yes, so government is claiming it, but you can say that there are some problems in whatever claims of government are. Maybe we may not have doubled, but we have achieved some level of increase in income. This you can say, so that you are not overly critical against government in your answer. You can just say that because of inflation, even though we have doubled the income, because of inflation, real purchasing power has increased only slightly. It has not increased as much. So manufacturing, Make in India initiatives. For Make in India, we just saw National Manufacturing Investment Zone. For semiconductor manufacturing, Government of India has done recently something. All this we will see separately, but here I have just given as a point. Then MSME, for MSME Mudra Yojana, PSB loans in 59 minutes portal. MSME also we will see as a separate topic. Here I have just given example of what we have done to develop MSME sector. So this way you should be able to create a bunch of points, maybe 5 to 7 points as a cluster you should be there in your mind. So that immediately once you find growth and I have to write something about growth somewhere, you will write 2-3 points easily from this. Without thinking you should be able to write it. So when you are not thinking, it will take only 20 seconds to write 3 points here. But if you have to think about each point separately, then it will take 1.5 minutes to do the same thing. You understood? So then skill development for Skill India and Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Yojana, using this we are focusing on skill development. Health sector, Ayushman Bharat and National Health Policy 2017. So using this, we are trying to improve health sector. By doing all these things, ultimate goal is improving growth. You should be able to link each of them to growth when you are actually writing the answer. It is not very difficult if you have better skills, better growth, because better contribution and more people are employed, more value addition, more growth. Better health, more people are employed, more value addition, more growth. Education sector, national education policy, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, infrastructure, Bharatmala, Sagarmala, national, this is infrastructure pipeline and Gati Shakti program which was created recently. National infrastructure pipeline has been subsumed into Gati Shakti, but in example you can write it as separate component also. Logistics sector, multi-modal logistics center. That means we are trying to integrate entire country with some sort of multimodal logistics, creating logistics parks, warehouses, etc. This also will see in infrastructure part. Food processing sector, mega food park schemes. For example, in Tumkur they are setting up a mega food park. So this way you should be able to identify some specific, some example which you can give. Whenever you think of mega food park, maybe you can remember at least simple example like Tumkur. So this basically is essence of mains is very simple. You should be able to write relevant point, link it clearly to the demand of the question, write something specific. So this approach of, you can say, preparing content should be like this. And after that, while practicing, I already told you how to arrive at the demand of the question, how to make sure that you structure the answer. All these things are important when you are actually practicing. You understood this? So banking with new banking reforms like Indradhanush, banking sector also we will see. So these are all points from other topics which we will see later. But all of them are, you can say, multiple dimensions of how we are trying to increase growth in the country. By increasing growth, we can achieve all these advantages. So whenever any question comes on any one of this, we have to increase growth. So I have just written a collection of points which will ultimately lead to increasing growth. What Economic Survey and Finance Minister have said on this? Survey said there is no evidence of middle income trap for India yet. Because we are in lower middle income right now, we don't have currently any evidence that we are in middle income trap. And Nirmala Sitharaman in a speech said India will face middle income trap once it reaches $9 to $10 trillion economy. Currently we don't need to worry about it. That means like same, you can see that we are still too early and this middle income trap is going to come maybe by 2025, 28, 30 or something. By 2025 we are trying to achieve $5 trillion. She says by 9 to 10 trillion then only we will actually start seeing the, you can say, consequence of this middle income trap. So what is the way forward? We have to focus on outcome based education. What does it mean? Quality. So as of now education has become a process, not focused on outcomes. Process means kids will go to school, eat midday meals, come back. No learning is actually happening. Some Pratham survey every year they will release in which they show that 6th standard student is unable to read 3rd standard textbook, 5th standard is unable to add, subtract and such other things. So that means outcomes are not happening but some process is running, that's all. So it's not that we should stop the process is good, but now we should focus on the next step, that is bringing actual learning outcomes in school. Then universal health coverage, that means coverage here means we are talking about insurance coverage. 67% of India's population actually, 67% of health expenditure in India is actually coming from out of pocket, according to Lancet report. This also it is there later somewhere. Out of pocket means if a person spends 100 rupees on health, 67 is coming from his own money, remaining is coming from insurance. Usually insurance is usually coming from all rich people, employed people, for them insurance is present. Most of the out of pocket health expenditure is coming from poorer sections. Every year it is estimated around 6 crore people are pushed back into poverty. They come out of poverty, again they go back into poverty because of some sort of health problem. You understood this? So that means we need universal health coverage. Then innovation promotion, like Atal Innovation Mission, AIM is, so that we will focus on more research and development, innovation, etc. Even Startup India also you can write here. Then promoting labor intensive sectors like leather and textiles. How does this help? We can do export, we can produce more people are employed. More people employed means more income means more development. So this, it creates virtuous cycle. Rural electrification and sanitation, that means focus on providing necessary infrastructure in rural areas so that rural development and rural production will also happen. This electrification, for that Saubhagya scheme and such others you can give an example. Sanitation, Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, ODF means open defecation free. ODF plus and plus plus also has been introduced recently. Adding extra sanitation facilities, maybe sewage treatment and such other things also are part of, you can say, ODF plus and plus plus. Professor Abhijit Banerjee recommended increasing money in the hands of rural poor. That is why MG Narega and this type of welfare scheme should be expanded. So this welfare is actually a crucial part of, you can say, increasing demand in the country. Because rich people having more money will not increase demand. when we take it, a bit of it, using taxation and put it in the hands of poor, poor people have more, create more demand. Why? Why poor spend more money? Propensity to consume is high. Poor have more inclination to spend money because rich have everything they need. Poor don't have everything they need. They keep on spending whenever they get money because they don't even have basic necessity. They have to buy it. So that means we have to somehow put the money in the hands of poor. And for that, MG Narega, PDS, midday meal schemes, all these type of welfare schemes, whatever we are trying to run now, all of them are helping to put more money in the hands of poor. So this is middle income trap. So consider some questions. Can health sector be a way out of middle income trap for India in the coming future? First part, can health sector be? What type of question is this? It is a yes or no type of opinion based question. Answer, can the health sector be means you can say yes or you can say no. That means it is opinion based question. Discuss the possibilities, give your opinion. So you can see they are specifically mentioning give your opinion here. It could have been discuss the possibilities only, and you should still be able to understand that it is an opinion based question. You understood this? So health sector, how health sector can help us come out of middle income trap? Can anybody give points? Just common sense points. Improving health will lead to improvement in human capital, increase in participation. Good point. Then less expenditure on health. Just now I told you 67% you can say out of pocket expenditure. That means all this money will go into increased consumption in other products and also improved quality of life of people. They are buying new things, more production is happening, more participation in economy is happening. That is also good point. Then generic medicine. So this is another angle, production in health, not just healthy people. We can become a service provider for health. India is actually pharmacy of the world. We can export generic medicines to other countries. Like we are exporting a lot of medicines to Central Asia and Africa. This is a good point. Third point. Then medical tourism. We can export medicine as a service. So you can see this is the only thing they are expecting. It's very simple. Chennai has become a capital of medical tourism in India. This is a specific point. So just think about specific for every point like this. Think about what could be the point here. Think about what specific I can write. Think about whether it is falling in the core demand of the question or not. And structure it. Make it into two parts. Can health sector be a way out of middle income trap? Yes, because of these things. Discuss the possibilities. Possibilities means one possibility is India's health improves. This increases consumption, production both. Second possibility is India's health infrastructure and health products, health services improve. This will increase exports. So this will increase, you can say, income earned because of health sector. That is one more possibility. So because of both these possibilities, it is actually, maybe health sector alone is not sufficient to come out of middle income trap, but it will help us. Among other things, it is also important. You understood? So this is more balanced opinion. We cannot say health sector alone is sufficient. We can say yes, it will help, but it is alone not sufficient. Not necessary. Here there is no, you can say, need for exactly writing drawbacks. If it is a 15-mark question and you want to write another angle to it, then if it is a 10 marker, no need to write. If it is a 15 marker, you can say that present health infrastructure is actually, having serious problems. It will take huge amount of effort just to overcome that itself. This way 1 or 2 points, maybe 3 points you can write. You understood? In every question it is not necessary, but if you find enough sufficient amount of, you can say, time, space, and whether it is according to core demand of the question. Overall 80% of the answer should be according to demand, and way forward usually is not there in any demand. It is only an extra appendage that you add to the answer. Maybe 2 points of way forward. When you are actually writing the way forward, this much is enough. 2 points is enough. You don't need to write 5 points way forward in any answer. Reserve all these 5 points for actually what they are specifically asking. You understood this? What do you understand by middle income trap? Can you answer this part? You can write, what exactly it means. As of now, you can write about dollar presence in, we are in, middle income stage. In economic parlance, why it happens, how it happens. Do you think consumer-led growth is better than export-led growth? Substantiate with examples. So this is about overall, macro economy. Consumer-led growth means what? Which consumers are they talking about? Indian consumers only. Export led growth means some consumers are in other countries. Consumer led growth means internal consumption. Export led growth means external consumption. Substantiate example. Consumer led growth, is it better? Can anybody answer this? What would be the difference between the two? Why would it be better if it is? Consumer led growth will lead to, you can say, GDP will increase on both sides. I mean, either GNP will increase, okay, that point you can mention. Then human capital development will happen, because consider, okay, if a person is buying products and services, goods and services, what is happening to quality of life of the person? It is improving. So that means our actual goal is development. So if consumer led growth is happening, it means development is also happening or not? That is one point. Then what else? If consumer led growth is happening, will people have money or not? It shows that people's purchasing power has increased, so that means it is good. Then if some sort of external shock happen outside, will our exports be affected or consumer led growth will be affected? Exports will be affected. That means our resilience will improve because of consumer led growth. We don't need to be over dependent on other countries. So because of this reason, consumer led growth is better. So these are the points only they are expecting. They are all simple common sense points only. So this way you write 3-4 points that consumer led growth is better because of such and such reason. But that does not mean that we should not explore export led growth. Consumer led growth, if it happens, a virtuous cycle is created in the country. The strength of this virtuous cycle is not strong enough to be able to bring everybody out of poverty as quickly as possible. The speed of growth that we are looking for can only happen when both consumer led growth and export led growth can happen together. Then only in the next 20 to 25 years we can bring everybody out of poverty. You understood? Because demographic dividend will allow us to, you can say, use maximum potential only the next 20 to 25 years. We have to explore both consumer led growth, export led growth. Although consumer led growth is slightly better than export led growth, we can't ignore either. You understand? So this is a relatively balanced opinion. You can see that the points are all very simple. Just take examples, whatever in consumer led, because imagine India had high level of consumer led growth. 2008 financial crisis did not affect India as severely, but it affected other countries like China and other export led economies very severely. You understood? This is an example. It is a very simple common sense example, but used in the right context, it is a powerful example to get you good marks. So, any questions in middle income trap? These are whatever we saw, middle income trap, FRBM Act, they will become as one point in other answers that you write. Imagine you are talking about COVID relief. You will say FRBM Act will prevent us from pushing more money. You will talk about something else. Imagine middle income trap will become a fodder point in that answer. You can use these type of fodder points in almost 4 or 5 answers in entire GS3. They will become a point there itself. You understood? Because you have clarity on this concept, you can easily link it to other topics and make it as a point. Next, bank distress. If you attended classes banking, probably you will have good understanding of overall banking system, monetary policy, etc. Bank distress from mains perspective is much more simpler because you don't have to understand each and every instrument and such other things. It is analytical and simple type of analysis. Bank distress, condition when the banking system as a whole has low capital and current profits are insufficient. Distress means any business, when is it in distress? When profits are not there, capital is not sufficient to do business. That is what is distress. Same thing here also. They don't have enough capital means investment is not enough to run their business. They are not getting enough profits. What are the problems of banks? Asset quality. You can see public sector banks are holding 86% of total NPAs in the country. NPAs are first of all high, and out of that public sector banks are holding most of them. Capital adequacy. So CAR of banks fell to 13.3%. In 2021 actually because of, you can say, bad bank, creation of bad bank started buying out all bad loans. Now NPAs have slightly reduced, which I have given in the end, because bad bank has bought these loans. Because they bought these loans, whatever provisioning requirement they had kept, you can say it became capital. It was provisioning required until when provisioning is required? Until NPA is present, provisioning is required. But because NPA was already sold, the money extra capital that they kept as provisioning was, you can say, capital. So even actually at this, by this logic, they should keep more capital, but it came close to, ideally how much should they keep? 9% plus 2.5%, at least 9% plus 1.25%. So this part you would have studied for prelims, capital conservation buffer, capital adequacy ratio, Basel norms, etc. So in 2021 it was 13.3%, which is still relatively low considering at that stage what should be there, you can say based on provisioning requirements, etc. Unhedged forex exposure of 40 to 44 billion, and that means they have taken loans from other countries in dollars. Who has taken this loan? Banks have taken this loan from other countries in dollars up to $50 billion. That means if they have to pay back later, in what currency should they pay back? Dollars. So that means they have exposure to this foreign exchange. That means there is a risk there. If dollar price increases, they have to pay more or not. So that is one problem. Balance sheet management. Delay setting aside money as provisioning for future bad loans. So they are trying to do this sort of balance sheet management by, they are keeping provisioning but there is a delay for 3 months, 6 months. This created problems for, you can say this created asset liability mismatch and such other problems. So this is one more problem. Then twin balance sheet problem everybody understands. What does it mean? Balance sheets of both corporates and banks have gone bad. That means they are both facing losses. This is twin balance sheet syndrome. So these are all basic concepts that you will read in, you can say for prelims or any textbook. If you read, you will find them. They are all simple concepts. Then what are the solutions for this? Recapitalization. Under Indradhanush scheme, government tried to recapitalize. Then we are doing disinvestment. Cabinet committee on economic, everybody understood recapitalization. Capital of the bank means shareholder usually will give. For public sector banks, who are the shareholders? Government. So government will give extra money so that bank can run smoothly. Under Indradhanush scheme, we have done it. Disinvestment. We are selling some of the shares of, you can say, PSBs. Alternative mechanism to bring down government stake in the PSBs to 52%. So this alternative mechanism is actually a body in government. Earlier when UPA government were there, everybody knows about Council of Ministers. They are a part of Lok Sabha. But Council of Ministers will be huge, 70, 80 people will be there. They can't do anything together. It is very difficult to meet. So what they will have is, they have a cabinet. But cabinet number of people are very less considering the kind of problems that are there. So what UPA government did was, they created group of ministers, GOM, and empowered group of ministers, EGOM, to solve problems. They used to give, from Council of Ministers, they used to choose a few 4 or 5 ministers and they used to give an issue to them so that they can resolve it. Then UPA government went away, NDA government came to power. They said, this group of ministers, empowered group of ministers is creating problems. UPA government has, you can say, created problems. They removed this. Once they removed this, they realized that now cabinet cannot deal with all the problems by themselves. Then they realized that we have to recreate this group of ministers. But if they recreate with the same name, then it will be embarrassment to them. So they recreated using another name called as alternative mechanism. You understood this? So right now alternative mechanism is just same group of ministers with another name. You understood this? So mergers, like this is disinvestment. Alternative mechanism is this group of ministers actually has recommended that in all PSBs, now we can reduce our shareholding to 52%. Imagine in SBI we own 87%, 90% or something, we start selling them. When we sell them, government will get money. Using this money, government can actually, you can say, use this money for Indradhanush scheme and giving extra money, you can say, to SBI itself by issuing new shares. Using that money, we can buy the new shares. You understood? SBI can use this money to resolve its distress. Then bank mergers, we will see this as a separate topic. Then prompt corrective action. Anybody remembers what this is? Correct. So RBI has created some sort of criteria that banks will be put in some sort of a list. It is a preventive measure If banks have stress in their governance, then it will identify what is the level of NPAs, what is the level of capital. If it is too low, under prompt corrective action threshold 1, 2, 3 is present, threshold 1 is low risk, threshold 2 is medium risk, threshold 3 is high risk. Depending upon which risk it is, RBI will take measures to prevent it. It is like how we identify blood pressure and you can say blood sugar levels etc. and put people in some sort of list. Based on list, the doctor will give medicines and recommend. Same thing we do to banks also. Before they fail, we take preemptive measures so that this will not become a bigger problem later. That is called as prompt corrective action. In the name itself it is there. Immediately taking corrective action to prevent failure of a bank because of some sort of stress. Then bad bank, we have set up NARCL as bad bank. This bad bank's job is to buy all the bad loans from all the other private sector, public sector banks in the country. Bad loan means NPS, loans which are not been paid back for more than 90 days in India generally are called NPS. So these NPS are all bought by bad bank. What is the advantage of this? If all the bad loans are going to bad bank, then what is the advantage in the country? So banks' balance sheets will be free. Banks don't need to keep provisioning anymore. They don't need to worry about bad loans in their bad assets in their bank anymore. So they can start giving loans to private sector. When they give loans, more money starts flowing to private sector. What happens then? Private sector will start more production and they will get extra investment and they will start earning profits. They will pay back these loans. They may even pay back old loans also. This will resolve twin balance sheet syndrome. That is the objective of setting up bad bank. You understood this. So impact of COVID-19 on banking sector, this created new NPS and this led to crowding out of private sector also, because during COVID what did government do? Took lot of loans from these banks, and that means more amount of money went towards government, less amount of money towards private sector. This is what we call as crowding out. Low savings rate. So in India people started taking out money from banks. They are not saving much money in the banks. They started buying gold, real estate etc. During COVID they lost trust on economic system. And also during COVID if you have to buy some ICU bed or something, it was better to keep cash. That time they took out cash, and so far even now also they have not put back all the cash that they took out. Demonetization time, lot of cash came into banks. COVID time lot of cash went out of banks. Savings rate right now is 27%. Normally in India 30 to 32% will be savings rate. Savings rate means GDP of the country, that means this year total income of country if it is 100, only 27 rupees is in the bank. Remaining money is in the form of some cash, real estate, gold or something in somebody's house. You understood this? This is savings rate. One savings rate means somebody has put this 27 rupees in the bank. This 27 rupees can go as investment because bank will give as loan to someone else. That will be called as investment rate. Savings rate is 27%. Investment, how can investment rate be higher than savings rate? Because investment rate not only includes domestic savings, it will bring savings from outside the country also. FDI, FPI coming into India, that part is foreign investment. Investment rate includes India's investment and foreign investment both. So this is our investment rate, that is 29.6%. It includes the extra investment coming from abroad, including our savings rate that is becoming investment in the country. You understood this? Why savings rate is important? The more savings rate we have, more amount of that money can be converted to investment. What happens to money multiplier effect? It will increase. What happens to money supply overall? It will increase. That is why savings rate is very important for a country. You understood? So Indradhanush plan, I think ABCD, EFG is basically appointments issue, capitalization, stress in the system. This is prelims relevant topic, so I have just given in short form. ABCD, EFG is all the 7 measures government took to resolve bank stress. Appointment, B is bank boards bureau, C is capitalization, D is de-stressing etc. So this is slightly old now, but you can still write some points as examples of what government has done. They will not specifically ask about Indradhanush anymore, but it can be used as a stock point in your answer. Government pumped on 70,000 crores in phases until new Basel norms kicked in. So government has already pumped in all, you can see this much money. Now they are trying to increase overall capitalization that they are doing. And they said we will not interfere into, you can say, appointments also, but that we cannot be sure that it's happening. they have promised that government will not interfere into appointment of bank employees, removal of bank employees, etc. Then Sunil Mehta report and project Shashakt. So right now resolving NPS is happening through this method only. So you can mention somewhere in answer anything related to banks. Present method, that is Sunil Mehta committee report and project Shashakt, is the solution which you are using currently. Up to 50 crores bank will deal with the NPS using their own mechanisms. What are normal bank mechanisms? Their own recovery agents will be there. Other than that, they have SARFAESI Act, they have ARCs, etc. And 50 to 500 crore bigger loans, they will use IBC. IBC means Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. 500 crore plus, they will use ARC AMC combine. ARC AMC means Asset Reconstruction Company, Asset Management Company. So this is slightly complex. In mains, they will not ask this. You can just remember it as we are using ARC AMC combined. In prelims, there are possibilities of some small part being asked, but in mains it is highly unlikely because it is a complex topic, not suitable for GS. But because in Project Shashakt it is present, you can write it as it is. They are using ARC AMC combined. So in Indradhanush scheme, basically what is happening, same A, B, C, D, E, F, G I have given here. In case you are not studied for prelims, you can see here. Recent developments, bad bank, NARCL is buying the bad loans from the banks. That means NARCL is the bad bank. It is buying all the bad loans from other banks so that we can resolve twin balance sheet syndrome in the economy. This has reduced overall NPS from the banking system. In March 2023, total NPS in India are 5%. This is still higher compared to other developed economies, like they have 2.5%, but in India it is still high. That means we still have to do more work to be able to reduce overall NPS. As NPS concentrate in ARCL, it is easing the twin balance sheet syndrome to some extent. That means we are seeing progress already with regard to, you can say, more loans given by banks to private sector and faster growth and faster GST collection are also increasing, which is all good signs. Faster recovery from COVID crisis. Conclusion on this. Task of accelerating economic growth is urgent, not possible without finding a good solution to problems that confront the banking system. So what else, other than this, what can you write as conclusion? Resolving banking crisis is extremely important to be able to increase savings rate and investment rate in the country. So this angle also you can take. And twin balance sheet syndrome has to be resolved. That means we have to resolve bank crisis. This angle also you can take. Money multiplier effect and money supply has to, any of these are all, you can say, relevant conclusions. So safe and efficient banking system is important. Consider the question. In light of NPA problem being faced by Indian banking sector, suggest ways to strengthen banking sector. So in light of means, how do you structure this? Points are simple, how do you structure this? Here, you cannot find a directive in this question. Some questions are there where they will just write what, how, why only directly. In that sense, that will become directives. So suggest ways, they are just asking you to write suggestions. In light of NPA problems, that means should you write about NPA problems or not? Yes, one subheading should be India's NPA problem, currently all these are problems. Then, second subheading should be ways to, what should we do, what is the solution? Same solutions you write, ARCs, SARFAESI Act, and currently we are already created this NARCL and it is already working, but that does not mean we should stop because still 5% NPS are there in March 23. So this is whatever we discussed, put it into two subheadings, write 4 points for each, try to write some specifics here and there, so that would be enough. Should distressed private banks be saved by PSBs? Distressed private bank means what? Private banks which are facing losses, should they be saved by PSB means what? Should government get, buy this or public sector bank buy this? So should they buy it? This is what type of a question? Answer will be yes or no, that means it is a opinion based question. In your opinion, should they save it or not? Why should they save it? Correct, why?
If the government funds them, it prospers the village economy.
Okay, more credit can flow into villages and economy, that is one point. Okay, but if we don't do it, what would happen? Imagine this bank fails, then what would happen? Then will it create crisis of confidence among people or not? Then what would happen to other banks? If people lose trust in the banking system, will they take out their money or not? That means if we allow one bank to fail or two banks to fail, it is not just the bank that is failing, it is people's confidence on entire banking system that is failing. So that is the biggest problem here. Ultimate goal of RBI is to maintain the confidence of depositors on the banking system. So that is the major reason why they should do it. But it does not mean that just because we saved the bank does not mean that whoever led to this collapse of the bank, they should not be punished. Individuals can be, you can say, punished. Institutions need to be protected. You understood? So PSBs, you can see, do you agree to the fact that larger PSBs are being more fragile by involving them in bailouts of peers? To this also you can agree. Yes, they are becoming more fragile, but is there any other better alternative here? Instead of this, can we close down, can we let the other banks fail? In fact, you can see it was leading to this other bank failure that Lehman Brothers, they left the bank to fail in 2008, and after this it created such a ripple effect that even today you can say complete recovery has not happened in, at least in USA, in some other countries also. Bank failure is not just about that bank, it will create a serious ripple effect across the economy, even other countries also. If it is a small private bank, then it can be okay, but in India large private banks are also, you can say, some Yes Bank was in a severe crisis. So that means when such large banks are itself under crisis, it is important for government to, you can say, control this whole situation. Even in USA, Silicon Valley Bank was not allowed to fail. They created some sort of a package for them. Why? Because the same reason, because a bank failure is a severe problem because of, you can say, loss of trust. Will it lead to fragility in PSBs? Yes, and that is why we should actually prevent the bank failure instead of, you can say, trying to cure them later. Preventive action is much better than, because we don't have much alternatives here, that is why we should focus on prevention of this whole situation. You understood this? So just because you agree to this does not mean that you have to disagree that they will lead to more fragility. It is also true. It is just that we don't have a better alternative in this situation. You understood this? Any questions so far? Here I am just trying to give you what would be right type of opinion, would be, you can say, suitable to write in UPSC exam. So NPS also is actually same subset of the same point, but because it is an important type of aspect I have given here. In recent times, NPS have reduced in private banks. That does not mean that NPA problem has reduced overall in the country. Where are all these NPAs now? They are concentrated in the bad bank. That means unless we actually resolve them, they are not completely resolved. So NPA, it is after 90 days. Gross NPS 5%, we already saw this. China has 1.8%, 2.6% for Indonesia. South Africa is comparable to India, but they are also in a crisis. So that means it is 5%. Most of the developed economies have NPS below 3%. So that means our target should be to get to that level, around 2 to 3% is a relatively healthy number. Bad loans will continue to drop until current financial because of higher credit growth. First thing, we are giving more loans. If the total loans are increasing, share of bad loans will reduce or not? Yes. And second thing, this NARCL is buying out all the bad loans. Both are leading to reduction in total NPS. So this part we just saw. In terms of gross NPS, for agriculture are the highest. Highest NPS are there in, you can say, gross level towards agriculture. So agriculture GNPA generally rose due to droughts and elections. That means because of elections, because of anticipation of loan waivers, farmers will delay payment for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months. When loan waiver actually happens, government will pay it, then NPS will suddenly reduce. If loan waiver does not happen, then farmers will sometimes pay, sometimes won't pay. So this creates, some problems for the bank. Agriculture, usually why it happens is because of droughts, and it has become a trend in India. In whichever state actually elections are about to happen, there we will see a sharp rise in agriculture related NPS because farmers will stop paying. You understood this? Asset quality review was one of the biggest reasons why sudden increase in, you can say, NPS happened. Asset quality review means RBI stopped evergreening of loans and all this creative account keeping so that they were showing less NPS. This is what we call as asset quality review in 2016. So bad loans suddenly increased in 2016 because of this asset quality review. Why PSBs are more affected than private banks? Because most of the infrastructure projects loans are given by public sector banks. It is a big loan, government will put pressure on them, SBI and Punjab National Bank, they will give it. and these infrastructure projects have been stalled, means they have not been completed, so loans are not coming back. Government interference in appointment of top executives. This part about crony capitalism and political interference in government appointments in banks also we have seen earlier. So that means because of this what happens? These political appointees will try to influence the functioning of the bank and the loans that they are giving. This is the problem. Huge amount of loans granted under poverty alleviation schemes under PSL. So these loans have been given to, you can see PSL and for vulnerable sections, etc. And there also you can say NPAs have increased. Then poor level of debt recovery, because sufficient amount of motivation is not present in public sector bank to recover this money. That is, you can say, one more. Then credit boom, this is basically global financial crisis related loans are still there even after more than 10 years has happened. We have not been able to completely recover them. Slowdown in growth after 2011-12, revenues of PSBs fell well short of forecast. That means after 2011-12 we felt that, you can say, things will improve, but it did not improve much. That means in India it created a stagflation type of situation. Probably when Manmohan Singh's final years, actually it was a serious stagflation situation because oil prices had increased severely and government started giving huge amount of subsidy on oil, and overall stagflation situation was not conducive for increased growth and loans coming back. So this is basically why PSBs are more affected. So causes, we already know about populist promises, election and farmers not paying back. Corporate debtors using political pressure. For this you can give examples of large NPAs of Vijay Mallya and others which have already become popular. You don't have to give some, you can say, sensitive examples. Don't give Ambani and Adani, then it will look like you are belonging to one side of the political spectrum. Try to give something which has already been established, like Vijay Mallya, maybe Nirav Modi has ran away or something like this. Then willful defaulters and lack of integration in banking sector database to nail those willful defaulters. Willful defaulter means people who have the money but willfully did not pay to the bank. So for that we have created a separate law, we have made it a criminal offence also now recently. PGNI committee emphasized that there is politicization also. What is the impact on banks? Banks' profits will reduce, hurts liquidity of banks. Liquidity means having cash. That means they have the asset but they don't have the cash. So lack of cash will lead to problems in paying back depositors. Now the loan has been given but the bank does not have this cash. So this problem occurs. Then involvement of management's time and effort in just loan recovery itself. Majority of the time goes to this instead of further bank development and such other things. What is government doing? So economic survey first suggested 4R strategy, and right now we are using Project Shashakt. We can mention that also. 4R is recognition, resolution, recapitalization, reform. All of them we are trying to do. Reform is PJ Nayak, recapitalization we saw 70,000 crores has been given. Resolution using various mechanisms including PJ Nayak. Recognition means before loan becomes NPA, they have created stressed asset classification. Before special mention accounts, correct. So this is basically recognition. Recapitalization 70,000 crore. IBC also is actually resolving lot of NPAs quickly. Bank Boards Bureau, now it is called as FSIB. What is its job? Appointing board members of banks. FSIB will also appoint board members of insurance companies. That is the only difference between BBB and FSIB. Extra responsibility of appointing board member of insurance companies has also been added. Then splitting CMD, that means chief MD post and CEO post. Earlier there was MD and CEO was same. This led to accountability problems. This person is responsible to hold accountable, you can say CEO from board, but if both are same, then accountability problems were occurring. This we resolved. Then de-stressing. De-stressing means taking all these measures, whatever we are taking, selling NPAs to ARCs, even Basel norms are also de-stressing. Empowerment, accountability, governance, these are all same as ABCD, EFG reforms. Empowerment is autonomy with regard to hiring and firing decisions. Accountability means they will use KPIs, quantitative parameters. Higher management of the bank will link their salary to, you can say, performance of the bank. Imagine bank is performing well, CEO, CFO, all these will get higher salary. If bank is performing poorly, then they will get lower salary. This is accountability. Then governance reform. So government and bank governance reforms means to change some sort of governance mechanisms within banks. Gyan Sangam is a meeting that will happen Government and bank officials will regularly meet to identify new methods to resolve this crisis of banks. This Gyan Sangam has become some sort of a, you can say, you can think of it as a banking conference, banking governance related conference. So, issues with these schemes. Asset quality review, actually they tried to resolve the evergreening and such other problems, but this led to sudden spike in the number of NPAs, because whatever already NPAs but were not recognized, they were all now recognized, and this showed, you can say, in the list of NPAs. Large debtors have many creditors who need to agree on strategy. Imagine a single debtor has taken loans from many creditors, then here how does it work?
From which bank he has taken more loan?
This is a committee of creditors will be created, and all these people together have to decide, you can say, what to do in this particular case. Public sector bankers are even more cautious in granting debt reductions in major cases, because why in public sector renegotiation will not happen easily. Or imagine they have to do away with certain debt. Imagine they have taken loan of 1000 crores. In private sector bank, if you say that I can't pay interest, maybe they will agree. If you say I will pay only 700 crores, then also they may agree, but in government it does not happen. Because in government whoever agrees, they will come under Prevention of Corruption Act, and this will be declared as corruption and they will go to jail. You understood this? So that means even that 700 crore that they could get, even that will not come into the, you can say, bank. Bank's unwillingness to take haircuts. Haircut means loan is sold, you can say, to other banks at a discount. Banks are not willing to sell this at a discount. The new bankruptcy system is not yet fully successful. So that means IBC, we have done so far 5+ amendments. We are still stabilizing this whole IBC process. That means we are not able to completely depend on IBC to resolve all the problems. So far its efficiency is at 10 to 15% only. We still have to improve functioning of IBCs. So you can see Sunil Mehta report and bank distress is common for previous topic and this topic. From this measures we will take in next class. Any questions so far? Everybody is able to understand whatever we are discussing. Pace of the class is fine. Like I said, it is usually faster compared to regular classes. If you don't understand anything that I am discussing because it is fast, you can stop me and ask me, I will try to repeat it. Everybody is comfortable with this. So, we will continue from here in next class. Thank you.